Good evening, everyone. It's Friday, May 9th, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. My name is Jesse, and you are watching Co-op for Two. Today, you can see we're going to be playing a game called Green Poison from a company that makes a series of games called the Hidden Games Crime Scene series. There are actually a dozen or so of these games, but they're in German. And we have a little bit of a history with this series that I'm going to talk about in a minute. Let's just check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. Looks like we've got our normal suspects here. A little bit of bookkeeping first. I wonder if anyone has done their homework and watched Presumed Innocent, the movie, and then the remake of into a series, a limited edition, what do they call it? Limited something series. We had a long talk about it in the last live stream we did, where we played a game that's behind me on the shelf, Who Killed Mia? A little bit of interesting trivia about Who Killed Mia that I learned from a poster, someone who posted a comment on the chat after we played, which is that I kept saying that this game, Who Killed Mia, which you can see right there, was a one-off game made by a company that got lots of publicity for it and produced tons of copies of Who Killed Mia, so much so that you can get it on Amazon for like $8 today. And it was actually a pretty good game. But the interesting bit of trivia is I kept mentioning how it was a weird situation with this game because it got a lot of publicity, but it was one-off game from this company that makes a party game, and it was sort of unusual. Turns out that the company who made that game, that never made a mystery game before and after, bought Hunt a Killer. They're the company that now controls Hunt a Killer. So I don't know. That's a very interesting little. There must be something else we don't understand about what's going on with the people behind that game. Either their true love and passion is mystery games, or they're a company with lots of money looking to get into this space. I don't know, but it is curious. And recently I've had some good things to say about Hunt a Killer, so maybe we've got them to thank for it. I don't know. What else should we talk about before we get started? On Sunday, there'll be the third episode of our Dear Holmes playthrough. This recent series of Dear Holmes has been puzzle focused, and we had a kind of a special time last week solving a cipher. It took us 2 hours, but we did solve it. Kind of satisfying session. So I suspect there'll be a little standalone puzzle on Sunday for us to solve. And I think there's a good chance that I will be live streaming Saturday afternoon as well. I'm trying to convince myself to do an episode of Tabletop Mystery Game News. Maybe I'll do that, or maybe I'll play something. What else should we talk about before we get started? Did I check in? Did anyone do their homework? No one did their homework. All right. Let's talk about Hidden Games Crime Scene series. As I said, this is a German company, and if you go on the website and you look at their German page, there's like a dozen games in this series. Looks like some of them are slight variations, like maybe a family-friendly, easier mode for some of them, but there's a whole bunch of them. This one, Green Poison, has just made it to the US. But strangely enough, it was actually available in German 3 years ago when we played the other two games in the series that were available 3 years ago for US audiences. We played those two games, which were, I think, Midnight Crown and New Haven, something like that. And I had very positive things to say about them. I recorded an hour-long review, so I obviously had a lot to talk about. And I do remember that I thought they were of very high quality, on the easy side, but one of the best produced games in this dossier, document dump type of game. And at the time, Green Poison was already published in German 3 years ago, and we expected it was going to make its way to the US very quickly, but it's taken 3 years to get here. And I don't know why that is. I do remember there was a comment from the Hidden Games people on my review 3 years ago that said something about the cost of bringing these to the US or translating them. I know there's some issue that they localized the previous games. They changed the city to a US city, something like that. Maybe that's what we're going to see here. I'm not sure. And the other thing I know about this series is it was quite internet heavy with some multimedia and stuff. So I expect we'll get more of that today. And anything else to talk about before we just jump right in here? These games aren't ranked for difficulty. There's no mention on the box about the difficulty level. Same thing with the first two cases we played. I guess I should say that I have no relationship with this publisher or any publisher. All of the games we play on this channel are purchased by myself with help from the Patreon supporters of this channel. And that's how we got this game here today. I think it costs $25. I think I paid $25. I know it's not on Amazon currently, but it's on some of the online board game stores. All right, I guess we're going to get started here. You could watch a couple minutes of this, and then if it seems like a game that you'd be interested in playing with your own group, you can stop watching, because if you play along with me here, you're going to get everything spoiled. So if this seems like a game you might want to play, you can purchase it. You could play it and then come back and watch the playthrough afterwards. Otherwise, let's get started here. All right, let's see what we've got here. 1.5 to 2.5 hours. So we normally multiply by 3. So this could take us anywhere from 3 to 6 or 7 hours. Ages 14 and up. No difficulty rating. Let's see. Now, unfortunately, I don't remember enough about the previous games to notice if there's anything different here about this one. Who caused the car accident? What's the secret behind High Flower Inc.? What made Eddie Barker sick? And who's responsible for Walter Kramer's death? How to solve this crime case? Read through all the documents. Take notes. Smartphones are allowed. I might have to bring in my phone. We may have to make some calls. Put together the evidence. Check alibis. Investigate motives. When we're ready, answer the questions online. It's got a website for tips, but also for answering the questions. Here's a little list of the evidence we should get. If something's missing, that would be the time to notice it and get a copy online. I don't know why we need a personal code. The Hidden Games team is on the hunt for fresh evidence. Okay, so we've got a little group. Please read first. Holmes and Partners, private investigators. I have heard wonderful things about you from a friend in Great Falls. I'm contacting you because I urgently need your help. I just don't know what to do. A tragic murder occurred here in Westchester County some time ago. Walter Kramer is dead. A passerby found his body and called the police. The officer in charge, who I think does a sloppy job and gets much too close to her work, had the body recovered and wrote a report. You should know that my husband, Eddie, has been detained for quite some time now on suspicion of having murdered Walter Kramer. He didn't have an alibi for the time when the murder is alleged to have occurred. I want to prove my husband is innocent. Eddie's lawyer, Mr. Jones, provided me with some of the documents from the police file. I put together some more information on my own, and I'm enclosing it with this letter. You are my last hope of finding the real murderer and getting Eddie off the hook. If you agree to take the case, please write me a message letting me know. You can find my contact information at Barker Organics. I should be able to help with the investigation since I'm right here locally and can get around. Betty Barker. And there's a QR code if we didn't want to type it in. Let's see what we've got here. Bunch of photos, a little pad, some maybe pH strips, various documents. We've got a newspaper. You can see they have localized it to an American city, town. We've got these that I do remember from previous Hidden Games series. Okay, so there's our evidence, a nice generous amount. Before we start doing that and go to the website, let me just show you this, which I remember from previous games in this series. So these are little worksheets to help you work out your suspects, and this is a little murder board for you to make notes of various people. We've seen this in a couple games. Hidden Game, I think we've seen this in the Profiler series most recently, but the Hidden Game series may be the first that we saw do this. And you can see we're going to get information about our suspects that we could write on this if we wanted to. Here's our client, Betty. I'm Betty, your client. I can check out places in Westchester for you. You'll need to take a look at the enclosed map. Just write to me. And these are going to be suspects we learn about. In general, I try to avoid writing on these things. All right, let's start by going to this website, though, and see if we can't get started. Let's see if I can't use... Okay, here's Betty Barker. Our farm stand and online store. We're sad to announce we have had to pause operations as of February 2020. There's your key when this case was written 5 years ago. We are not currently selling any products. We hope we'll be able to get back to offering you our products soon. You can find our farm in the North of the lovely town of Westchester. If you can't visit us in person, feel free to send us a message on our website by using our web chat feature. And that's going to be it. The imprint is going to be the Real German Company, probably information, not game stuff. Yeah, okay. And if we wanted to chat with her, we would click this and send her a message. Okay. So don't need to use this yet. This looks like a map down here. I don't know. Maybe we're going to get another proper map. All right, let's start going through evidence. What is this? Like some soil sample or something. Okay. Pretty high production quality. All right, I see some photos. Not sure what they're about, though. New golf course coming soon. Okay, there's a website. I remember I told you how these games from this series make heavy use of internet. All right, so we've got a golf site, golf advertisement, Diamonds Resort in Westchester with a URL we could visit. Here's Board of Trustees. Anything on the back of these? Who's our murder victim? Where was that? Betty is the wife. Walter Kramer is the victim, but our client is hiring us to exonerate her husband, Eddie. No mention of who these people are here. Maybe we should start with the newspaper and see if it doesn't give us some background on our case. Look at the production quality here. It's pretty good. Child Care Center. I don't see anything about a murder here. Really, someone tell us a little bit about our murder? A little odd. I mean, normally in a murder case, I'd like to hear a little bit about the murder. All right. It says he's been detained for some time now because he has no alibi. But doesn't say when. It is odd here that we don't have murder information. Maybe it is in here, but just not with a nice recognizable headline. Okay, so February 12th, 2020. Chat is suggesting that I go to the website. I see. Maybe we have to take this seriously. If you agree to take the case, write me a message letting me know. All right, maybe we need to formally sign on to this case first. All right, let's go to the chat here. Oh, okay, let's see. Hi there. I'm really glad you're contacting me. Thank you so much for your support. To prove you really are the private investigators, please give me the personal code that I sent you on the back of the instruction document. Okay. Where was our personal code? Here. I guess the idea here is that you wouldn't BUL 91 maybe. I guess the idea is maybe this is to prevent people from doing this if they don't buy the game. Is that the code? Thank you for the verification and thank you for accepting my case, or rather it's actually my husband's case. So if there's anything I can do to help, just let me know here in the chat. I can read the messages on my phone and then go to a number of places around Westchester. Right now I'm having a bite at El Chapo, but if it's important, I can head out anytime. I've enclosed a map of Westchester and marked the spots I can get to. Just let me know the place and I'll go over there and see whether there's anything informative to see. Please don't forget to keep checking back here. By the way, before I forget, I happened to record an audio program around the time Walter died. I don't remember exactly when it was. Maybe it will help you to get an idea of what was going on in Westchester at the time. Here it is. So it sounds like we are going to be able to take actions to send her off places. That's pretty cool. All right, let's see if we can listen to this together.
Welcome to the news in 100 seconds. The investigation surrounding Agritech, the international chemicals group based in Amsterdam, is continuing to expand. As previously reported, the company was the target of searches conducted in February 2020 on suspicion of stock market manipulation. In addition to the company's accounting records, their employee management practices have come in for criticism. Groundwater contamination levels continue to rise. According to the Nature Conservation Association, nitrates and other chemicals from fertilizers and cleaning agents are leaching into the groundwater in increasingly high levels. As is often the case, this is ultimately down to consumers, who are much too likely to simply choose whatever product is cheapest. Work on the new highway to Greensboro is finally complete. The detour signs will be removed in the next few days. Wishing smooth travels to all our commuters out there. And now, the Westchester news. The Westchester Ravens beat the Tigers yesterday by 7-4, moving up a rank. Who would have thought it would be such a thrilling game? Construction work on the five-star hotel and golf course is still delayed, with no estimate on when the cornerstone will be laid. And for the traffic news, no road closures to report. Drive safely out there. And now for the weather. Temperatures are expected to hover right around freezing, and we may see a hard freeze. Be careful moving around outdoors.
So the reason I'm making notes of almost everything she said there in that radio is I suspect that that's going to be, if this is very close to the murder, then we've got some details here, like the hotel building wasn't built yet, it was freezing weather, no traffic closures, highways almost complete, and Agritech being investigated. So that's sort of the context that this murder has taken place around, but we still haven't had details about the murder. That's so weird. And then she says that she's given us a map. I enclosed a map, so I guess that there's a map in our evidence here. I still would like to know about this case. I'd like to see the details of this, of the death and court case. February 2020. I mean, it's all February 2020. No date on her letter to us. I guess we're going to continue looking through this. Is this a contemporary newspaper, or is this a paper from the time of the murder? Fitness, she said she was eating at El Chapo. Child care center finished. 2 years under construction. It's finally open. There's the mayor, William Chalmers. Architect Megan Hartman. Guided tours, cut the ribbon. Empty seats for now. Okay, here's Agritech. We were told the radio station is mentioning Agritech. Let's see what's happening. Dutch company Agritech is facing more trouble. The Dutch stock market regulators and local police have executed various search warrants at the corporate group's headquarters in Amsterdam in recent weeks. Charges currently include share price manipulation, corruption, and intimidating competitors. CEO of Sierra del Wild was forced to step down once the allegations came to light. But a fresh scandal is looming now. Recent studies showed excessive levels of TPL in Agritech fertilizer and crop protection products. TPL is a neonicotinoid and is associated with bee colony die-offs. We had some manufacturing trouble in the past few months, but it's been resolved by now. That's why there were elevated levels of TPL in our popular fertilizer and crop protection combination products, says Agritech spokesperson Mirja van Omn. Authorities have announced further investigations. Okay. Some events going on. Here's the weather, pretty cold. Here's what we heard on the radio about local sports. We hear about a couple people on the sports teams. Planning your special day. Okay. There's Diamond Resorts. That's the 5-star hotel, not yet built. Two generations from a single family play as a team. Last year's winners. 32 multi-generational teams. Long Planned Golf Course and Diamonds Resort Hotel are due to begin construction shortly, right? Just like the radio talked about. Sonia Kramer. Okay, well, there's a first hint of someone related to our victim. Last year's winners were Sonia Kramer and her father, Frank Richards. And Kramer is the name of the guy, Walter Kramer, who was killed. Okay, so maybe her husband. Okay, we've got another website here. Natural Soils Inc., growing under new management. No organics, please. Company had bad experiences with those so far. Natural Stone Care for flagstone patios. Tutoring in Spanish and French. Stamp buyers seek stamps. Hiring new employees, and we've got an email here. Oh, there's our victim. Walter Kramer. Here we go. Hiring new employee. Good work ethic. Want to make the world a better place? Join the High Flower Inc. warehouse team today. Filling bags of fertilizer. Okay, so here's our victim, Walter Kramer. We now know what company he worked for, High Flower Inc. The warehouse, he was trying to find an employee, and we have his email address. which sounds like we could log into it if we know his password. I wouldn't be surprised if we can't figure out his password at some point. We know his wife. You might imagine that his password might have to do with his wife. We don't know. This is a little personal ad for Valentine's Day, maybe. Horoscope. Relevant? We don't know. Oscar loves snow. Pet of the week. Laura from Old Town sent us this pic. She and her terrier mix, Oscar, took advantage of the sunny winter weather last weekend to take a hike in the hills around Westchester. All bundled up, Oscar enjoyed the walk and got a chance to chase a snowball here and there. Do you have a great photo of your pet to share? You might see it right here next week in the Westchester Tribune. All right, so no mention of our death and case against the husband, but we got mention of the victim. Why is part of his phone number blanked off? They're just the producers of the game are blanking out the phone numbers so that we don't call them. That's all. You're supposed to, when we read this, assume that you could see the phone numbers. But this is a little weird. Look, who caused the car accident? The secret behind Highflower? What made him sick? Like, we haven't heard about any of that yet. That's pretty weird. What about this? Okay, here's our first police report about Walter Kramer, our victim. Okay, we've got his date of birth in 78. So he's maybe, what does that make him, in his 40s? 30, yeah, late 40s, I guess. Westchester male, married to Sonia Kramer, no children. Okay, he's found at the Westchester riverbank at the beach. Body lay face down in water. They don't know the time of death, but we now have the date of death, and it was Valentine's Day. Somewhere between 1400 and 1700. Okay. So 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. Let's write it down. So we have Walter Kramer found at beach. Time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. on Valentine's Day. I mean, that's a little suspicious right off the bat. It's that you would maybe symbolically kill someone on Valentine's Day, or maybe not. All right, let's see. Passerby found the lifeless body of Walter Kramer toward 10 a.m. on Saturday, February 15th. Okay, right, next morning. 10 a.m., the body's found. Death by drowning due to unconsciousness resulting from a fall. Blunt force trauma to the head. All right, so he's gotten hit on the head, passed out, fell into the water, and drowned. Sounds like what it's saying. Whether a presumed time of death was a hard freeze, that means the water Shallow water would have frozen at least. No wallet or ID. Neither accident nor homicide can be ruled out. Okay, something else could have, but how does he get in the water at the beach? What did he hit his head on if it's blunt force trauma, if it's an accident? Not many details here. Okay, but we do have time of death and date of death. That's useful. Death by drowning. Knocked unconscious into water. Was it ocean water, salt water? Okay, and then we have his date of birth. You might imagine if we're looking for password information, you could imagine it could be his date of birth. Anything else from the chat so far? No. Okay. So we've got some Post-it notes that you could use. I'm going to put these off to the side. All right, let's go back through more of our evidence. Normally, I just go through these in order, but I'm sort of curious today to see if we shouldn't go through this in some order that would illuminate the death a little bit better. All right. Well, this is a weird setup for a case where we're getting so minimal information about the actual murder and charging of our other person. That's pretty odd. I guess we're just going to go through this in random order then. I thought I saw something that was relevant. Oh, the map. What did I do with the map? Yeah. All right, here is our victim, Walter Kramer. The man who wishes to change the world must first put one foot in front of the other. So it's a little printout of his Facebook type page. He's the owner and CEO of High Flower Inc. Remember, we saw the newspaper where he's looking for a warehouse employee. We know he died on the 14th. Here he is posting a week earlier. Check it out, ladies. A new personal best on my Friday run. All right, so Friday run. All right, so here you go. He started at 3 p.m. on his Friday run, and he got killed the following Friday. So it would make sense that he was killed while he was on a run on the 14th. That would put it right in the correct time of death. It takes him 23 minutes to make this route. Chris Lang says, Wally, you're faster than an antelope. Hats off, buddy. Did you really want to go swimming in this weather? Ha. Okay, did you really want to go swimming? Now, why are they saying that? Is his route has taken him through water? Is that it? Next week, same day, same time, even faster. Okay, so this is supposed to be like a phone that we're looking at. All right, so we don't know where he's gone, except that Betty has given us a map and the places she can visit for us. So here is our labeled map. All right, so you can see what's happening here. There's the beach that his normal route takes him past. Looks like he's starting here, and there's his route. It's a 23-minute time, so you might expect this is about the halfway mark. So if he started at 3:12 and he made 23-minute time, he might get here at 3:24 or so. If he takes the same route, and he says he's going to take the same day, same time, even faster. So you might imagine he might get here, and maybe we'll make a note of that. If that's right, we think he would get there about 3:23 p.m. beach route. All right, so now we know there's a beach, and we can send Betty there to the beach to look at it. I guess we could send her to this bridge. This is the bridge he crossed. So we got hints about a possible hit and run. So you could imagine that he actually got hit by a car here and fell into the water, and the water took him down to the beach, assuming the water flows this way. So that would be another thing we might look for. Any sign that he got hit by a car, fell into the water, and drifted down. We can also ask Betty to go to the farm. Let's see. There's the stadium. So he doesn't actually go to the stadium, but we can send Betty to the stadium. It looks like maybe the barn is where he might have started. So that's probably the barn and farm that's owned by his company, if I had to guess. Looks like he started here, actually. Not quite at the barn. Is that right? Yeah, looks like he probably started here to me. All right, we can also send her to El Chapo. That's where she's eating lunch currently. That's a little off his running route, but nearby. And the X field, don't know why that would be relevant. Now, I assume we can send her to these places marked by an X. Yes, I can check out the spots marked on this map. All right, so that's pretty cool. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 places we can send her to request information from her. If he was hit by a car, he would have been hurt beyond the head. That's a very good point. So maybe he jumped off the bridge and hit his head on a rock. Maybe a car almost hit him. He dodged it and fell into the water, but that's a good point. All right, now we're piecing together some of the details. It definitely seems like a very high likelihood he was killed on his run. And this would be the number one likely place for him to fall and hit his head. Or someone dropped him here, killed him while he was running on the beach, hit him on the head, and he dropped into the water. I guess we should be looking for any sign that the water flows this way. Obviously, if the water flows this way, then the whole falling into the water at the bridge doesn't make any sense. Okay, that's quite useful information. Maybe we'll keep this map nearby since we're clearly going to be sending her to these places. I wonder if we should be sending her places now just to have her look while we're investigating. Let's see if we've got some other evidence to look through first. I know I've done this already. This is a 1997 article. Here's an article about our guy, Walter Kramer, a month before. I'm trying to think what order we want to tackle these things. Here's the April before. Here's 2 days before. For our client's husband. Photos. Normally, it seems very clear to me where to start. This is a much odder case where I don't have a good feeling about where to start. Okay, here's Walter Kramer's calendar. Let's look at this. So in January, is this Walter Kramer? This is Walter Kramer's company. We don't know if this is his calendar. Okay, let's see though. We do have handwriting sample if we need it for someone yet. Clinic, doctor's appointment. Let's see if this talks about a run. No mention of a run here, but here he is getting his vitamin shot on the 19th. Organic Farming Association meetup. And here he is dead on the 14th. If this is his calendar, which we don't know. Attorney. Is this our our client's attorney? What is this? This is a text messages with our client's husband. We don't know what the husband did. Is the husband going to turn out to work for our... Is it going to be that this is the husband's schedule that got arrested? Do you want to meet on Thursday? He says, I can't. I have a doctor's appointment. Vitamin injections aren't helping. Okay. Now we've got our first connection between our dead guy, who's the CEO, and the person they've accused, the husband of our client. Looks like he was working for the company. Is this, wait, no. Organic Farming Association, not necessarily the company, but he works in the same trade. How did it go with the doctor? You know when you'll have time. Bad news, he thinks it's a serious illness. Going to get worse. I'll probably have to stop working. I'm so depressed. That sounds terrible. Is it treatable at least? He said it's hopeless. Now I have to renovate the house, but where am I supposed to get the money? What about the offer you got in April? Maybe that would help. True, I turned it down then, but I'll probably have to say yes now. This is January 24th, and here he is the day before the guy got killed. Unbelievable. I just learned what made me sick. You slipped me the stuff and poisoned me. You'll be the one in a wheelchair when I'm done with you. Hold up. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's talk in person tomorrow. Nothing good can come of it if we keep going back and forth this way. Whatever you say, I'll meet you at the bend in the river where the beach is. I just realized something. I should be able to explain everything to you tomorrow. For your sake, you'd better. Let me just check one thing tonight and I'll know for sure. Okay. Well, this seems awfully suspicious. He's making plans to meet someone on the 14th during his run. at the bend in the river where the beach is. Where his body was found, and he's accusing this person of poisoning him. It's someone that he was talking to on January 21st. There's mention of an offer in April for money, and this person wants to talk over last year's results. So this could be his boss. Okay, very interesting. And this is Walter's. Sorry, this is Eddie's schedule, not. No, sorry. This is Walter's. Well, we don't know that this is the guy. We don't know that this is Walter. But this person who wants to meet at the bend in the river, this is this person's text message, the green person's text message. He's asking how he go to the doctor, and the green person, this is clearly this person's schedule. And this person who owns the schedule says, meet you at the bend in the river. So it seems like it could be the runner, Walter. I suppose we had some documents that might shed light on that. What about these documents to Eddie? Examination on January 23rd. So here is a doctor, and it's Eddie. But this could be a different doctor. I mean, a different problem. Severe nerve damage, physical deterioration, progressive muscle atrophy are expected over the next several months. Patient expected to experience significant cognitive deficits in the near future. Complete blood count and blood tests for heavy metals due to agricultural work ordered from Ancinia. Results not expected until the first half of February due to backlog. That does sound like it's this green guy. And he's saying on January 24th, and here was January 23rd, doctor's appointment. January 23rd. Okay, so it's Eddie. The green is Eddie because here he is talking about that doctor's appointment. The results are going to come in February. And here they have come in February 13th. Okay. And here they are. Enclosed, please find the results of your blood tests. For your information, a copy has been sent to your physician. Please contact your doctor with any questions you may have and to discuss the results. We are unable to provide further information. If you need to receive your results digitally, use our automated service. Simply send us an email with your personal code. The email address and code are shown in the box below. You'll receive another copy of your test results right away in response. So it sounds like this is we could actually email this company to get these actual results in. So let's start a little to-do list so we don't forget. All right, well, at least we're piecing together some of the evidence. Let's make a note here for ourselves that Eddie is the green. So this is Eddie talking about his diagnosis and blaming the white. So the real question for us is, who is the white text person he's talking to, and is it Walter? Is it Walter? Now, the odd thing is this. The sick person is Eddie, that's green, but it's the green person who's saying, I'll meet you at the bend in the river where this guy normally ran. Like, that's a little bit of a coincidence. And look, we have a phone number. Now, I have a question for you. Those of you who use your text messaging app. Is this phone number going to be for the white person or the green person? Like, how one is the sender and one is the owner of this phone. This is going to be the address of the, not the owner. So the question I have for you is, which one of these is the owner of the phone? Okay, Nelson is answering me, but please give me a more full statement. The owner of the phone is not this phone number. This is the phone number of not the owner. So what I'm asking for feedback is, you can't just say a statement. By the time I read your statement, I don't know what your question you're answering. So I need you to write out full sentences. This phone number is the person the owner is talking to. And the question is, which of these belongs to this phone number? The phone number is for the white person, is what the channel seems to think. So this is the 838 3312. So if the channel is correct, and it seems like there seems to be some agreement, green is the owner of the phone in white, and the phone number is the other person. All right. Everyone seems to agree based on how cell phone text messaging works. So we know that this is Eddie in green talking to someone in white who has this phone number. Now, have we seen any information yet that matches that phone number in our newspaper, perhaps? Okay, here it is. Hiring new employee, good work ethic, want to make the world a better place. Join the High Flower Inc. warehouse team. So this is Walter Kramer, and there's his phone number. And sure enough, it is the phone number on the text message. So we now know that indeed it is Walter Kramer that he's talking with. And perhaps we should keep a separate document that Walter Kramer's phone number 838-3312. Okay, so good work. We have figured out that this is Walter Kramer he's talking to. Okay, we're making good progress then, and we've got the newspaper, and we know that this is Eddie's. This belongs to Eddie. We know that because his schedule matches up with the green, which is Eddie. And we've got some medical records we can access in a minute. Maybe it's time to send the wife somewhere, but we need to take a break first. So take a break. Don't go crazy in the chat. Get up, stretch, make yourself a fresh cup of coffee or tea, and I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. um, so we're putting together pieces of the puzzle. A little argument between Walter and Eddie, where Eddie accuses Walter of poisoning him. And quite possibly Eddie working for Walter. And we've got a clue about location of death and when and why being related to this run. So I think I'm tempted to ask Betty to start investigating some of these places, but I wish that we had a reason, like, I wish we had something to ask her to look for. And I wonder if, just thematically, it feels like we should be asking her to look for something. Why don't we send her to the bridge? Let's just see what happens. I guess, I don't know how much time has passed since they've arrested her husband, but maybe she can at least tell us about which way the water flows. If the accident had just happened, I would definitely send her right to the beach. But for now, I'm sort of a little bit more curious about the bridge. And if they found the body here, presumably they would investigate here, but maybe they didn't investigate at the bridge. So I think I'm more inclined to ask her about the bridge first. So let's try this. Okay, so she had a radio. We listened to that. Let me know the place to go. And she's going to see. She doesn't need us. She doesn't need us to tell her what to look for. Let's just see what happens if we send her to the bridge. Oh man, that's quite a way, but sure, I'm on my way. Talk to you later. Now that is interesting. Do you think it's really telling us she was at El Chapo and the distance is going to make a difference in terms of how long it takes her to reply? That would be interesting. All right, well, I've got the tablet up here. Maybe I'll keep this on the screen for a little bit. We'll see how long it takes her to get a reply. Should we write it down just for fun? Let's write it down. Game time here. Just to see how long it takes her to reply. And while we're waiting for that, why don't we see if we can email this address and ask for these replies. Oh, looks like she got there. That was pretty quick. She says, okay, I'm on the bridge. I took a look around. Check out this pic I took. There's something shiny between the rocks. Do you see it? Well, yes, I certainly see it. It's right there. It looks related to the... Is it these people? This is what comes to mind, but actually, I'm not sure we see any of them wearing a ring. I'm just sort of assuming. So on our to-do list, we better make a note. Now, there's a W, but it's a B and a W. So we've got a ring with the B at the top and a W at the bottom. Have we seen that belonging to anyone? Now, who do we suspect? We either suspect it's our victim, Walter, or that it's our murderer. The chat is saying to look at the newspaper. I'm not sure we even read this article, but it's a different ring. But actually, it is the same basic look. Gold with black in the center. The Westchester chapter of fraternity Alpha Mu Alpha has a long and distinguished history. It was founded a century ago by students of the nearby University of Greensboro. Alumni stay involved long after finishing their studies. The group meets regularly for social events, often raising a glass to mark special occasions. The anniversary event at the Tulip Hotel in Westchester on February 9th was a grand occasion. Newly appointed Board of Trustees received their official signet rings. The rings symbolize membership and belonging. It's made of 18-karat gold, bears the fraternity's logo. Well, this ring we found here is certainly not that logo, but it looks very similar. So that's Alpha Mu Alpha, which is the name of the fraternity. Interesting. Very curious that the ring is almost identical, but is not quite right. Does this belong to our victim or does this belong to our murderer? Can you check the name of the mayor? Mayor William Chalmers is our mayor, according to Mayor William Chalmers. All right, while we're waiting, so we could give her someplace else to go, but let's wait until we have something more definite to send her. Is there anything else in this picture that's of interest to us? Is there any place else you'd like me to go for you? Well, yes, but not just now. We're going to play this a little more thematically and not just send her to every place until we have reason to go. Although I can see the case being made to go to the crime scene. But before we do, I want to get the full results here. So let us bring up a male client here. Okay, let's compose a message to blood test at Ensenia Diagnostics.com. And our subject wants the personal code AD 20B25. Let's send this off and see if we get a result. AD20B25. Look at how easy it is to make mistakes here. AD20B25. Okay, let's send this. Now, while we're waiting for the result to come in for this blood test, this is a good time to recommend a documentary. Is everyone familiar with Elizabeth Holmes, the fraudulent founder of a revolutionary, disruptive blood test company? I forget what the name of her device was. Uh, if you haven't, if you're not familiar with it, or you haven't watched the documentary, there's a documentary about her. There's probably several documentaries about her, but it's really quite fascinating, and lots of weird details about her voice and the fraudulent stuff. All right, let's take a look. It looks like they're very fast to reply. Okay, dear Mr. Barker, that's Eddie Barker. Please find the digital copy of your blood test results attached. If the image does not display correctly, you can view the results here. Okay, so we've got a little PDF if we wanted to, but all right, what have we got here? In the text message, well, let's see. Let's look at what does he say about these results. He says, I found you slipped me stuff that poisoned me. All right, now we have the full details. All right, so the way we're supposed to read this, it seems like the raw numbers are on the left, 5.2 grams per liter, etc. But probably this column is what we should care about. And we're being told that in the gray is the normal range, right? So anything to the right of the gray box is above normal. Everything to the left is below normal. So you can see he's got too much neutrophilus. He's got too little lymphocytes, too little lymphocyte count. So it's damaging his blood. It's reducing the blood lymphocytes because he's got too much neutrophilus, too much BSG, and too much mercury. And we read a little bit about the Agritech scandal. Let me just look at this again. Excessive levels of TPL is a neonicotinoid. And he said manufacturing troubles. So the question is that consistent with this, with mercury? Nicotinoids. Do we have a rate? Do we have an explicit rating here of neonicotinoids, or do we think the neutrophilus is that? You see an entry here for nicotinoids. I mean, this is based on the idea that maybe this is what he was being poisoned by. But we're going to need someone to tell us whether a neonicotinoid is on this list if it's not explicitly mentioned. Nicotinoid is not explicitly in this list, either is TPL. Maybe I'll take a little screenshot of this so I don't have to open it back up. We also see his blood type and his height and everything, and his date of birth, which we already knew. In fact, we didn't know Eddie's date of birth. I'm going to put in case we need it. Corsican says TPL is on that list. It's thiaculprid. Okay, well, I don't know how we were supposed to know that, but we might get that information later. Thiacloprid is TPL. All right, let's see if we can see that. So Corsican is telling us that TPL is this last entry here, which his value is, oh, there it is, TPL. Good catch. All right, there's a statement in the chat we have to address in a second, but let's just point this. Okay, so Corsican has very observantly noticed that here is the little acronym that I was ignoring, and here it is, TPL. Okay, so our guy, Eddie, actually has low values of TPL, so he's certainly not being poisoned by this. He's not getting poisoned by this problem. All right, now let me address this. I played the game. I'm quite sure I spotted an error. If you want, I can tell you, I can imagine you've figured it out, but let me know. Okay, I don't really understand that. Maybe you mean to say I can imagine you will figure it out, because I don't remember us figuring out any error, but why don't you hold it? You could post it in the Discord or email me if you're going to get offline. But let's not tell me yet until we get a chance to figure it out ourselves. So, getting back to this here. The blood results seem to suggest that it's neotrophilus. I guess it's actually mercury, right? Because the top levels are telling us like his stats. So it's telling us that his neotrophilus are too high. But here is where the toxic chemical is poisoning him, and it's mercury. So he's got mercury poisoning, it sounds like. But why? Why does he have mercury poisoning? That's the question. All right, let's go through some more evidence here. We've got a business card that we don't know why we have. But is this Eddie's lawyer? Is this our client's lawyer? And is he going to fill us in a little bit? Jones and Donnell, attorney at law, Martin Jones. All right, I'm going to go to this website because I'm curious if this is going to give us a little information about our client here. www.jonesdonnell.com. Criminal defense, divorce, and child spousal support agreements. To access internal documents, please use your name and personal password if you're a client. All right, well, we don't know. We can't click on anything. So we have to put this on our to-do list. We don't know that information yet. All right, let's look at this. We know that this is going to be the green person, who is Eddie, the person who's been accused, our client's husband, because he says, now I have to renovate the house. Where am I supposed to get the money? So this is probably our guy who's talking about not being able to afford this cost. Preliminary estimate, 11 Meadow Lane. So if we needed his address, we could get it here, but we don't need it. It's just confirmation that we are right about who it is. Okay, what does he want? Entry door, hallway, stairs, doors, bathroom. Does he mean he can't like walk anymore? That's why he needs this. All right, so it's a $60,000 bill. He says, where am I going to get the money? And here he is saying there's some monetary offer. So we should be looking, what was he going to get paid that was going to pay him $60,000? I wonder if this is what he's talking about. What about the offer you got in April? I think this is the offer from the mayor in April 2019. Dear Mr. Barker, as you probably heard over the past few months, Westchester is planning to build an attractive recreational area and tourist attraction. The property will stretch over 86 acres, giving people a way to enjoy a wonderful outdoor and resort experience. However, the project is only possible if you are willing to sell a large portion of your farmland. There is an investor who's willing to pay $420,000 for the land required. We hope to speak with you on this matter soon. Feel free to contact us at City Hall. Your land is essential to the project, so we hope to bring negotiations to a swift and successful conclusion. We will be officially renaming Meadow Lane as Meadow Boulevard to reflect the area's prestige once construction gets underway. So our guy, Eddie, our client's husband, owns farmland, and he could have made a fortune selling it. She's talking about renaming Meadow Lane, which I think is confirmation that this is the farm we're talking about. So Eddie and his wife must own this farmland. The city wants it and is willing to pay $420,000 for it. And at first he didn't want to sell it, but now when he's sick and needs money, he's talking about possibly selling it. Okay, we don't know what that has to do with our case, but at least we know that he owns that farmland. Let's look a little bit more. Here's the Royal Walters Hotel, Resort and Spa. This is where your key card would go. Sonia Kramer. That's the victim's wife, is checking into a hotel with Sergio Beneventi in room 306 for 2 days. So if she's having an affair, she would have a motive to kill her husband. Can we go to that hotel? No. All right, so here's our motive possibly for the wife killing the husband if she's having an affair. This is just a soil sample. I wonder if it's going to have us actually, I wonder if it wants us to actually test this soil. Use our free test strips now. Find out in seconds whether a soil sample is contaminated. So it's telling us to put a teaspoon with 5 teaspoons of water, stir it, and then test it. And then we'll see if it has DDT, TPL, mercury, or arsenic. All right, so we will do this before the end of today's session. It's nice of them to give you 2 strips. All right, we will do this. I think we know what it's going to show. Well, but let's wait until we know what we're looking for. So remember, we've got a new person's name that we're going to be keeping an eye open for, Beneventi. All right, who are these people? Hello, darlings. We're already doing better now that we're free and the business has been sold. We went on a safari today. We'll be back home in a week. Dave and Karen writing home to their kids from Tanzania. Their kids live at Sweet Springs Road. We have no idea what this is about, except that it seems to suggest these people are out of town. We'll be back home in a week. So these people would not be home during Valentine's Day if they were suspects, Dave and Karen. Assuming they're telling the truth. Pretty convenient alibi, though. But what's this? What is this date here? Postmark. It looks like it's February 10th, right? It looks like it's day, month, year, February 10th. Which is what they say here. Okay. So this in itself doesn't give us an alibi, but a planned alibi. All right. And we don't know what this is about. This is the golf course, but we don't even know how to put a name to that face. But look, it's this guy. Whoever this guy is, one of the board of trustees. Did we not get the list of the board of trustees at Alpha Mu Alpha? No mention of who those trustees are. I'd like to find that out at some point. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Here's an article a month before our murder, about Walter Kramer, our victim. Founder Walter Kramer checks how plants fertilized using his product are growing. The new fertilizer has been undergoing tests on a local field for about a year now. The results are extremely promising. The person in the background is Eddie Barker. Okay, so here we go. Here's our victim. Here's our suspect. They've been testing it on a field, and there is possibly the field where they were testing it. Here's our victim. Is our victim one of these people? No, I don't think so. All right, let's read this article. Every day more food is produced than humanity can use. Many people don't know that many toxins are used in conventional agriculture. What makes your new fertilizer Growtastic different? Walter Kramer says, We are 100% free of toxins, which have been added to many different fertilizers and crop protectants in the past. It's going on for decades. A lot of the older ones, like mercury and arsenic, have been banned by now, but industry is always coming up with new substances, and it takes decades before we know just how dangerous they are. Our unique mineral-based formula represents a whole new approach. We're seeing robust plant growth and protection from pests without any risk to people or the environment. When did you start your company, and what are the challenges for a startup like yours? I started my first business 23 years ago, but it didn't end up being a success. To get the seed money I needed, I had to sell my red Jaguar XK8, which was a real sacrifice. It was my first car and a family heirloom to boot. I founded High Flower as a startup 8 years ago, and we've been researching our fertilizer ever since. 8 years is a long time. We needed to really ramp up production this year, or we will have burned through all our financial reserves. We've been testing Growtastic on a nearby field for about a year now. The results are promising. We've seen an increase in plant growth, and there are no pests. We're really happy right now. Aren't there a lot of other companies that would do anything to get their hands on your formula? Oh, definitely. We're a small business, so we have to watch out so we don't get gobbled up. There are a lot of shady characters in this industry, unfortunately. Some of them might not even draw the line at criminal activity, but I'm ahead of the game. I'm the only one who knows the formula, and I keep it in my head. That way it can't be stolen. It's locked down tighter than the recipe for Coca-Cola. And here are the 2 comments. Don't believe a word out of this fraudster's mouth. He'd sell his own mother. I know from personal experience. I used to work for him before he fired me. So was this guy a previous warehouse employee? Karen C. says, I don't see why anyone would give this company or its founder a platform here. He's bankrupting other people. Interesting. All right. Let's see what else we got. We've got a review website, and there's El Chapo, the restaurant that Betty was at, and we don't have any other connection to it. So I'm not sure why we should care about this. Jake says, super tasty. They have a huge range of tequila. They even are vegan options too. Bit pricey, food and cocktails, elegant dining room. Otherwise, good spot for friends and family. The only other alternatives in Westchester. Gordon says, exorbitant prices, wilted salad, and long waits for your food. No idea why there's so much buzz about this place. And Diddy says, good food, server was new. Good talk. Great evening. Okay, we don't know any of those people or why we should care. Here's a post, some reviews about the library. Armin says, helpful, capable staff, wide selection of books, music, and movies. You can put items on hold, and internet access is even ... Good Lenny says, huge collection, good range of media, includes movies and series, CDs, music, and audiobooks, and there's a little photo. Gordon says, totally useless. Who reads books? So Gordon is the common person here, is always saying negative stuff. Gordon. And then the other little thing could be he's got this little dog avatar. So other than the wife seemed to think this was important to send to us. I'm not sure why, though. Why did the wife send us this? Well, we are getting addresses. There's the address of El Chapo. And here's the address of the library. All right. And here's another page of reviews she sent us. The Cineplex. Here's Gordon again. Gordon comments on is reviewing everything. How much you want to bet he doesn't like it? Here's the Westchester Cineplex and its street address. Amir says, order food and drinks right to your seat. Just okay otherwise. Jim White. Decent movie theater, not the best. The theater in Greensboro is nicer overall, even if it is a few years older. Here's Gordon. Theaters are too loud. My ears were ringing afterwards. It's much too loud, even during normal dialogue scenes. There were 4 of us. No one really got to see the movie because we kept having to plug our ears. By the way, I do bring earplugs when I go to the movie. I remember laughing at my mother doing that. Now I do it. Chrissy says, lots of new releases, but a little pricey. I guess luxury comes at a price. And here's the Sports Complex. Melanie B says, nice spot, but too busy. Danny says, all kinds of sports for the whole community. Gomez says, what can I say? It's a sports field. Not many ways to go wrong with that. I enjoy running. Gordon gave it 2 stars. Nosy neighbors stare too much. I can't work out in peace. I might be a smoker, but I'm still in better shape than most people here. Feels like Gordon is going to play a role here. By the way, something fun. In high school, I had a friend named Dave Gordon. And I was on Board Game Geek recently, and I saw an article about a game on the front page of Board Game Geek, a little design diary. And one of the game designers credited was Dave Gordon. And I clicked on it, and it's Dave Gordon. It's Dave Gordon from Bronx Science. Turns out Dave Gordon has become a serious board game designer and has designed a bunch of board games that are quite hot recently. One of them called something Cosmos. It's a shame I don't remember it. All right, let's go find it. I can't mention this without finding it here. Why can't we search? Is it because we're on an internet? Oh, here. Okay, let's see. We can find Dave Gordon. Really? Designers, there we go. Okay, guys. Okay. I can see I'm getting upset. Anytime I have to use the internet, a mobile tablet, I get so angry so quickly. Can someone please search for Dave Gordon? Why do I have to live like this? Really, why do I have to live like this? Why can't Crafting the Cosmos? Thank you. That's it. Crafting the Cosmos. There's David Gordon. Okay, David Gordon. I guess it wanted us to find. So Dave Gordon did FinSpan, a little spin-off from Wingspan. Crafting the Cosmos, which is this hot one. Forestry. I mean, he's sort of all over recently, all over these hot games lists. including Monkey Palace, which won a couple awards, being this Lego based game that looks pretty fun. Okay, so anyway, turns out Dave Gordon is a board game designer. Okay, but I'm sure Dave Gordon is not our person leaving bad reviews every place in Westchester. Let's see what else we got. Farmers Wholesale Cooperative. High Flower Inc. Remember that High Flower is the company that our victim owns. So here we have it. January 31st, 2 weeks before the murder death. Combination fertilizer, 20 50-pound bags, $52. Total value, $1,000. $52 per bag. That doesn't make sense. Oh, sorry, 20 bags. Okay, fine. 20 bags cost $1,000. And that's on February 3rd, 2019. What's happening? Is High Flower ordering Agritech fertilizer and pretending it's theirs? Is this really Elizabeth Holmes all over again? Is this guy at High Flower actually using Agritech products and pretending that they're his? Like his organic stuff not working, so he's actually bringing in the back door the real chemical products, and has he stocked up on them, and he's pretending for the last year to be testing on this field, and is he really using Agritech stuff? And in fact, is it the contaminated Agritech stuff? We had some manufacturing trouble in the past few months. So here he is. He's ordered it when they were having trouble. I think that's what's happened here. Like, you wouldn't order this amount to test, to study it, right? This is really being used. 20 50-pound bags. High Flower Inc., Walter's company, is ordering through the back door these big chemical fertilizer and pretending they're his organic fertilizer. (2019) all the way up into 2020. All the way up until 2 weeks before our murder. He's been ordering it every month, every couple months. Yeah, he's been testing his stuff for a year. There's our year test right here. From February 2019 to February 2020, there's the year's worth of orders of the chemical fertilizer to pretend that yours is working so that you could get investors, etc. It's Elizabeth Holmes all over again. Every time, every video you get some homework, but no one ever does their homework on this channel. You got 2 pieces of homework. Go watch Presumed Innocent and go watch the Elizabeth Holmes documentary. All right, so I think we have our, well, we don't have a third theory of his murder, but we do have a theory of what he was up to. Okay, here's Agritech. Let's see what we've got here. It's Agritech SE, maybe Southeast. What is this? Leslie Koss, How to Cope with High Flower. Oh, here we go. January 8th, so a month before the murder. Hi, James. If they've invented a new product, we have to prevent them from going live with it at any cost. Do whatever is necessary. More than 30% of our profits are at stake. And James replies, Leslie, sorry to annoy you. Oh, this is the send and this is the reply. Okay, so the original email came from James and he says, how are we going to cope with High Flower? Hi, Leslie, sorry to annoy you. How should we proceed with the matter regarding High Flower? They seem to have achieved a substantial breakthrough with their fertilizer, but we know it's fake. We know that they're actually using Agritech fertilizer. But here's Leslie saying, you got to put a stop to it. So even though we think Walter is scamming everything, that doesn't mean that they didn't think it was real and a dangerous competitor and maybe try to kill him or scare him, whatever. And here's a little photo of Leslie and her happy home family life. On the back, what does it say? Mrs. Barker, this photo was taken during the police raid at Agritech. Okay, so Jones and Donnell, we now know, are the clients, are working for our client. That means they're probably the defense attorney for Eddie Barker, the person who's been accused. And that's just explaining how we got this during the raids that were discussed here. Just an explanation for how we got that photo. Hey, Tiger, we're invited to lunch at my parents' place on February 13th, the day before the Walter gets killed. I know you don't like my dad, but please come anyway. Okay, so whose house is this? What do you see here? What you see is a field, a sports field, right? So someone's looking at the sports field and it's going to be someone here at the barn or this building here. I forget what we thought this building was, but it's someone with a view of the track. And we know that Eddie owns this farm, we think. So probably that's a view from the barn. I don't know if it's a view from the barn. You'd expect to see this. I wonder if it's not from one of these buildings here. All right, well, we'll deal with that later. Even if we knew what building, it's not clear why. Hey, Tiger. All right, we don't know who that is. It's next to a goal, which would make it here and looking at here. I think it's probably this building here that's looking at this. But let's leave that for later. Nothing on the back. We're almost out of physical documents here. All right, we've got another attorney. Prenuptial agreement between Walter Kramer and Sonia Richards. So Sonia was Kramer's wife, who we think is having an affair. And they got married and signed a prenup in July of 2015, so 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago. Mr. Kramer and Mrs. Richards hereby enter into the following prenuptial agreement to apply to their upcoming marriage. Each party shall retain at his or her separate property all assets belonging to that party as of the date of marriage, and all assets devolving on that party individually by inheritance thereafter. In the event that either party seeks a divorce due to infidelity by the other party, the party who has been unfaithful waives his or her portion of any marital property accrued during the term of the party's marriage, along with any claim to spousal support. Okay, so if Sonia was having an affair, which seems pretty clear, she's getting a 2-day hotel with this person. If our guy Walter filed for divorce and was granted it, she would lose all her rights to property and everything. So that would be a strong motive to kill your husband if you were about to be exposed and divorced. Westchester Bank. What have we got here? The Farmers Wholesale Cooperative. Account balance in debt, $148,000. High Flower Inc. So High Flower is in huge debt. Yeah, and this number here is just going to be 127. There's this purchase here for 1298.29. All right, and what else do you see here? So here's confirmation that Westchester Bank, where the account is for High Flower, that they're in huge amount of debt. Walter's in a huge amount of debt, desperate to be a success. Okay, now there's something else that I notice. What else do you notice here? The WB. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. The WB. Why can we not? Oh yeah, this is how you work it on. Okay, so we saw this ring, BW. I don't think they're related, but it is awfully interesting that we've got a WB, but the ring looks like it's BW, but it could be. It could be a Westchester Bank ring. All right, but this is just confirmation that Walter was up to no good and was desperate for money. All right, now our last piece of physical evidence here is this one. Sent by fax, January 21st. Fred, here's the archived article you were asking about. Do you really want to dig this back up after all this time? Let me know if you need anything, says Bob. We have no idea what this is related to, about a hit and run in 1997. Is someone being blackmailed for this? This is 23 years ago. As we reported last week, a serious accident occurred on the road from Greensboro to Hapsocket last Friday night. Witnesses report a car was pushed off the road by an overtaking vehicle. There were 3 passengers inside. The driver, identified as Fred DeMonico, survived with severe injuries. His wife and 2-year-old daughter were tragically killed. The police are asking anyone with information to come forward. That's a $2,000 reward for information leading to the suspect's arrest, who saw a red Jaguar XK8 that night and can provide information on the license plate number or driver. According to reports, there were 2 male figures inside the car. So you all spotted this, right? Let's go get the item that we're all thinking about. In the Business Times article of Walter, he says, I started my business 23 years ago. To get the seed money, I had to sell my red Jaguar XK8. 23 years ago, and this was January 2020. 23 years ago is 1997. So is Walter the driver that hit and run and killed this guy in a car? Fred DeMonico's family. And here is Fred survived, but his wife and child were killed. And this person, the researcher, is saying, Fred, are you really still looking for the guy who killed your parents, killed your kid and wife? And maybe Fred stumbled on this article and said, oh my God, I finally found my guy, when this article got published a month before. Oh, look who the author is. The author actually is Fred DeMonico, the guy whose wife was killed in 1997. So Fred DeMonico is actually stumbled on his guy. And this is how he learned about it. Like, he's interviewing this guy, and all of a sudden he says, what car did you sell? And he connects 2 and 2, and he's like, this is the guy. This is the guy who killed my kids. He's not saying anything about it, but it's clicking. Maybe even... Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this. The date of this fax is January 21st. So look what's happened. Our guy Fred is interviewing him. This guy mentions this red Jaguar, and our guy Fred says, boy, that sounds familiar. So he calls down to the research department at the paper, and he says, can you pull that old article? I remember something about a car. And sure enough, Jaguar XK8. So on January 21st, our guy Fred finds out this is the guy who killed his daughter and wife. Okay, so I think we've got a really strong motive for him. Anna says, let's go to the poster. And Jamie has a good point. Like, he didn't recognize the name of the, why am I on this screen? He doesn't recognize the name of the person he killed. That's a real scumbag. I think you got a good point. Although, maybe when the reporter comes to interview him, he doesn't even tell him his name. Okay, so Anna wants to go to the poster. We still have a bunch of places we can send Betty to. But fair enough, let's get our poster out. Let's put Post-its so that we can make our own notes without marking anything up. We haven't visited the golf people yet. Oh, look at the journalist. Yeah, we know this is Fred. What's his actual name? D. Domenico. Doctor, sure we not. The organic farmer. This is going to be the wife. And we got her address. This is going to be Sonia Kramer, the cheating wife. This thing that says Italian, this is going to be the guy that she's having the affair with. Mike Gordon, here's our review bomber. This is our review guy who leaves bad reviews for everyone. Okay. So William Chalmers is the mayor. There's our journalist. And the hit and run survivor. This is Walter Kramer, our quote unquote victim. This is going to be our affair guy, Shirley. Sergio Beneventi, question mark. Any other notes? It's Sonia's house, you think, that's by the field on Heather Street. There you go. There's Heather Street. There's going to be 2 Heather Street, which is the place we think that photo was taken. So where's that photo? Okay, so on this photo, we think this is going to be Sonia Kramer, who's having an affair. Something about the prenuptial having separate houses. Let me just look at this again. Each party shall retain as his or her separate property all assets. So I think we might be led to believe that this is only Sonia's house and that Walter may be living on the farm or something. So we know this is Sonia. I don't know why this picture is significant. Although it's possible that if we were looking for a password for her, it might be Tiger, or maybe someone else referring to Tiger could give us a clue. You think Tiger might be his name? Sergio Benavente. Don't know. Don't know, but we do know her maiden name, Richards. Maybe we should write it down. In case she's related to someone we should care about. We haven't visited the golf site. We have gotten our blood results. We haven't done the lawyer login, and we haven't visited the golf website. We can't visit this hotel. And this isn't an alibi. We do have handwriting samples, should we need it. Who are the Clarks? Who are the Clarks? Mr. and Mrs. Clark. Does anyone remember who the Clarks are? It's possible that some of these are just red herrings, like not only red herrings, but not even people that are real in our case. Are these the Clarks? Dave and Karen, safari trip. We're doing better now that we're free and the business has been sold. 13 Sweet Springs Road. Is that on our map? I don't even see Sweet Springs Road. Um, Interesting. Well, it's time for us to take another break, give some thoughts. We'll recollect all of our evidence here and go through it again and try to come up with a game plan. I think maybe it's time to send Betty off to one of these places that we're curious about, either the barn, the sports complex, or the field. But it feels like we're missing something. Try to get up, stretch, clear your mind. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, let's talk about a couple of things here. First, we do have this little sheet that tells us what questions we're supposed to answer. Who caused the car accident? Okay, we think we now know the answer is Walter 20 some odd years ago. What's the secret behind Highflower Inc? I think that we've come up with our theory that they are faking results by using Agritech product. What made Eddie Barker sick and how? We think it's mercury poisoning, but we're not sure exactly how it did. Like, was it maybe just because he was handling that product in the warehouse? Who's responsible for his death? I think it's going to turn out to be the newspaper guy, but we don't know. We don't know the answer to that yet. So let me try to shuffle around our stuff for a little bit here. And let's review what pending items there are for us to do. We can send Betty to various places. There are a couple places we're curious now. One is the barn that we think Eddie lived at with his wife. The field that Walter was pretending to test on. The beach where the body was found. Those would be all valid places to go. We also haven't figured out how to log into the attorney's site, although we do know now, in reflecting back, that I noticed from this first sheet that Eddie's lawyer is Mr. Jones. So we know at least one of the accounts at the website for the law firm should be the guy who's in jail, Eddie. But it might also be that Walter Kramer was trying to get divorced from his cheating wife, he might also have an account there. We also have stuff we don't yet understand about the golf course, but we do have a website. This is the one little angle we have not even pursued at all that I think we need to. And we've got a ring that says WB, but we've got Walter Kramer. No sign that he changed his name, but that would be something we should really be looking for if he used to be called WB. But we know the rings look very much like this. What if we what if when we talk to this guy, it's gonna turn out that Walter Kramer used to be named Walter something? Chat says, is Mike G the Gordon commentator? Okay, I don't know where you've come up with Mike G, but you could tell me that. Otherwise, I can't make sense out of that comment. Let's go do this first, and then soon let's decide where to send the wife. But let's see if we can't pursue this website and get insight into this thread here, diamondsresortwestchester.com. Okay, www. Diamonds Resort welcomes you. Our mission, we're still under construction. Nestled in the unique Westchester landscape, we plan to offer our future guests a world-class golf course, luxurious 5-star hotel, and modern clubhouse. We're currently in the building phase. Total investment to plan and build the resort is projected to come to $52 million. The overview contains a rendering of what the resort will look like when complete. So there's the map. And we can line that up with this map. Meadow Boulevard is here, Meadow Lane. They said they're going to change it to Meadow Boulevard if they get the funding. And we know that Eddie, our suspect, was resistant to sell his farm until he needed the money. But what have we got here? Can we line up where there's White Falls Road? So it's all here and here. So they want the field for this left-hand side of this clubhouse. And they want this area up here for the 5-star hotel, etc. All right, who's on the board? F. Richards. Oh, it's the father of Sonia. F. Richards is the father of Walter's cheating wife. Her maiden name is Richards. So this guy who's on the board is the father of Sonia Kramer. He's the father of the cheating wife of our victim. Albert, we don't know. We know he's the father, not just because he shares her last maiden name, but because the golf article told us about it. Now, can we click on anything here? Doesn't look like you can actually do anything else on this website. And the mayor is on there too. But that's it. Okay. So not really useful to us, to be honest. I mean, we don't know how to make use of that information. We might want to review our evidence in a bit, but let's see if there's anything from the chat first. Sonia's home is part of the land needed for the resort as well. The mayor. Okay, you're right that this is the mayor. That's a good catch. That this is the mayor. Okay, so Mayor Richards, we don't know who this is. Unless we think it's Walter. Or Eddie. I don't know. I wonder if that's going to turn out to be Fred. It's the doctor. It's this guy. Is that just a coincidence, or do we think he's actually someone important in our case? Is it possible he's the actual doctor of our clients? Like, is it possible he's Andrew Lee? No. Andrew Lee sounds like an Asian name. All right, that seems like we hit a dead end there. Where's our to-do list? We've been to the golf website. We've got our blood results. We haven't tested our soil yet, but we think that we're going to confirm that that's going to be mercury poisoning. Oh, no. Okay. So this is important. We figured out that Walter Kramer was using fake. This is important. We figured out that Walter Kramer was using Agritech stuff. And we know that Agritech fertilizer had poisoning issues. So we thought, is that how Eddie got poisoned? Because he was handling the fertilizer from Agritech that was poisoned. But we know that's not going to be the case. Why? Because we know from the blood report that it wasn't TPL that poisoned him, but mercury. And I think that's what this is going to confirm. This is going to confirm that if we test the soil, we're going to find out it doesn't have mercury. Then we know that his poisoner is not, it's not from Agritech, it's from what we think is going to be what I think is going to be the reporter. So maybe that would be a good time to actually test the soil. The only little hiccup there is we don't know where the source of this soil is. It's a little odd that we weren't told whose soil sample this is. Should we just assume that I'm going to just go ahead and open this for us right now. Should we just be assuming that this is from the field? I'll bet if we send her to the field, she's going to give us this or something. Before I open it, let's go to her. I'm going to tell her to go to the field now. Let's see if she sends us back, if she tells us that's where this soil came from. I'll make my way over. Let you know when I get there. Okay. Please do. So I had another thought about this. I was thinking, who would know where to kill him? But he posted this on his social media, so whoever knew this route could kill him. Then I thought, oh, maybe we should check for anyone watching his account. And actually, look who we see here. So here's Mike Gordon, and here's our golf guy. And I think maybe, I'm not sure this is our other guy, but look at this. This is Mike Gordon. This is our review bomber is watching his website, but here is also the golf guy, the father of his wife. And this does look like it might be the other bank person. Let's just see. Is that Albert? I don't know. Not necessarily, but she has no motive to kill him. But this guy certainly is our golf guy, the father-in-law, his father-in-law. Anyway, let's go back to Betty. Let's see, Betsy. Okay, she says, hey, the sample I found and sent to you guys also seems to be from this field. There are even more of them lying around here. These must be Eddie and Walter's samples. It would definitely be a good idea to test them. This is what I mean. So these little sample packets are all over, and we were exactly right about the source of this. And now we know this is from the field. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can test this sample without making a total mess here. Is there any way to do that? I'd rather not make a mess, but I'm not sure I have any other spare paper anywhere. All right, let's see if we can do this. So where's our instructions? All right, it says 1 teaspoon and then 5 teaspoons. Okay, 1 teaspoon of soil sample. Hmm. It looks like it's in a resealable container, but it also looks like it doesn't really want to let me open it. There we go. All right, now this is the soil from the field. So what do you expect to get? We expect to see TPL and not mercury, which would rule this out as the cause of Walter's poisoning, because he had mercury and he didn't have TPL. So we think someone poisoned him with mercury, but we think this soil has TPL, if anything. But the main thing is we don't expect to find mercury. All right, 1 teaspoon of soil sample. And it's very nice that they give you enough to pass along this to other people. 5 teaspoons of water, stir for 30 seconds, and then test for 5 seconds. So let's get ready to do this test. I guess they only give you enough for 2 tests, but you could just leave this in, and a person playing it used could just look at the results. All right, so stir for 30, then dip it and wait for 5. Okay, 5 teaspoons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stir for 30 seconds, roughly. Just a bunch of rocks in there. I don't think the 30 seconds is important. I'll have to scramble them up here. And okay. All right, now this is the 5-second part that's important. So we dip it in, dip it out, and wait 5 seconds before we read the result. So that's about 5 seconds. It doesn't feel like anything changed. What's going on? So we're supposed to read it this way. So DDT is not detected. TPL, I guess arsenic not detected. Mercury, boy, that's weird. This feels like it didn't quite work to me. Am I wrong? I feel like this strip didn't really work. TPL is kind of detected, yeah. Arsenic not detected. Mercury is the one we care about, and it's not really clear. Maybe we'll put it in again more. I feel like it's not quite working, but you can see from the original here that None of them changed except for this one. So TPL changed and got darker. It feels like this color probably should have been the original colors. So in other words, arsenic wasn't detected because it started yellow and stayed yellow. Mercury wasn't detected because it started light green and stayed light green. TPL was detected because it started olive and got dark. And then DDT wasn't detected because it started blue and stayed blue. So I think this is a misprint here and here. And yeah, but anyway, point is only one changed a little bit, and that was the TPL. So TPL is detected. Everything else negative. Which makes sense. The way these things work is they don't change when it's not detected. So this should have matched to this. Oh, Brian is doing his little trick again. All right, so let's just take this out. Point is, we got confirmation about everything we suspected. There's a little bit of TPL in the soil. It's not what poisoned our guy. So that is good news for our theory. Next up, we would really like to get into this law office account, but, or possibly two law office accounts. But maybe we should be sending Betsy off to these places first. Okay, we sent her to the field to get the soil sample. We sent her to the bridge where she found a ring. We have no idea why we would send her. Well, the beach is the scene of the dead body. Let's send her there. Let's send her to the beach. And then maybe we can talk a little bit about how to log into how we think we're going to log into the law account. She says, I feel a little creeped out, but okay, I'll go over there. I'll let you know once I get there. If we think, so I suspect that it's going to be our reporter, Fred. So if that's right, I wonder if we couldn't get any other, is there any clues here from this interview? Not really. Fred DiDomenico. We don't have any other information about him. All right, looks like she's come back with the results. She says, all there is at the beach is a bunch of cigarette butts some idiots left behind. Who still smokes nowadays anyway? There can't be many smokers left in Westchester. Look at this sorry sight. Hmm. Just a red herring, or it looks like an old box of cigarettes. Where did our crash happen? On the road from Greensboro to Hapsocket. This feels like it's not relevant to us. And it says, someone said, although I'm smoking, but in better shape than him. That still seems like a pretty big stretch. But where did we see? That was Dave. That was Gordon here saying, neighbors stare too much. Can't work out in peace. I might be a smoker. I'm still better shape than most people here. He is the one that was ruined by Walter Kramer, as per his comment on the article. I'm not sure we noticed that article. I know from personal experience, I used to work for him before he fired me. Mike Gordon. Okay, so there is the connection. That's important. I don't think we paid attention to that. This is our negative commenter, but he comments negatively about everyone. But you can see a week before the murder, he says he's a fraudster. He'd sell his own mother. I used to work for him before he fired me. That's Mike Gordon, who is this same Mike Gordon here, who is the same Mike Gordon who is stalking him. So that's his motive, I guess, although we've seen him complain about everyone, so probably not a big motive. And we did find other addresses of places. One is Turtle Creek Road, one is White Falls Road, that's the sports complex. El Chapo Public Library is Vandersburg. Vandersburg and Turtle Creek are the other ones. There's Vandersburg Road. All right, I don't think that's particularly important for us. Let's send her to the barn where we think her husband... No, we think Walter lives here, right? Let's send her to the barn. Whoa, hold on a second. Mr. Jones, my husband's attorney, would like to speak with you. So this little popped up out of nowhere. Okay, let's see what this is all about.
Yes, hello? Is this Holmes and Partners, private investigators? Ah, very good. Please put me on speaker so that everyone can listen in. Hi, everybody. Betty Barker gave me your number. My name is Martin Jones, and I'm representing Mr. Barker as his legal counsel in this case. Mr. Barker is still in custody, unfortunately, and we're waiting for the process to move forward. Betty told me she had sent you copies of all the documentation on Eddie Barker's case and asked you to help us out. It's a really sticky situation. If you could find out something new in your investigations, we'd have a better chance of bolstering Mr. Barker's defense or even getting him released. That would be really desirable, even just from the perspective of my client's health. If it would help, there are several copies of police interviews you could listen to. They're uploaded to the internal client area for Eddie Barker on my website. Mrs. Barker gave you my firm's business card with the rest of the documents, right? The password to log in is Organic Farmer, all one word, no caps. Okay? That's Organic Farmer. I hope to hear back from you soon. Fingers crossed. Talk to you soon.
All right. So it seems to me that what the game has done is staggered that it staged it so that now we're allowed to access that login, and that we weren't supposed to have been able to guess that on our own. Right? I mean, we do have a document that says organic gardener somewhere, but I don't see how we would have guessed to try that as a password. Yeah, I don't think we were supposed to have figured out that password on our own. All right, well, it seems like that was staged to give us that information. Was it staged to give us that information once we searched the beach? Well, let's log in and find out. It said we're going to get to listen to some police reports. Betty, not Betsy. Betty. Okay, so we're going to go to the legal website. Let me remind you to go watch Presumed Innocent. All right, so here we go. And it's Eddie Barker, Organic Farmer. Okay, here's our client area. Welcome to the client area, Mr. Eddie Barker. So we've got 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. We've got the testimony of Eddie Barker, the witness, Mike Gordon, and another witness. Mike Gordon is a witness? Okay. There's no way that guy, Mike Gordon, is our killer. But let's listen to these. Testimony of our accused.
This is the audio recording of the testimony of Mr. Edward Barker on February 24th, 2020. In the room today are Mr. Edward Barker, his legal counsel, Martin Jones, and Sergeant Malaya Jackson. Mr. Barker, please state your personal information for the record.
My name is Edward Barker. My address is 11 Meadow Lane in Westchester. I'm married and I have no children. I was an organic farmer until just recently, but I've had to retire for health reasons, and I plead not guilty.
We're not in court here, Mr. Barker. The job of the police is to secure the evidence. That's what we're here to do today. Mr. Barker, I'm not one to pussyfoot around, so let me be brief. I'll save my voice, and you won't have to listen all that long either. Please state your whereabouts on Friday, February 14th, 2020, for the record. You were supposed to meet Walter Kramer, weren't you? We already know that.
Yes, we were supposed to meet at the beach by the bend in the river. We had something to discuss, but he didn't show up.
And what were the two of you planning to talk about? You were seen at the beach on Friday, Mr. Kramer's presumed date of death. Mr. Barker, you lay in wait for him and then murdered him in cold blood.
We argued that's true. He's the reason I'm so sick. I saw the results of my blood tests myself, and my doctor, Dr. Lee, confirmed it too. I'd used that damn growtastic fertilizer to grow our crops over the last year, and I was documenting a field study for Walter in the process. That liar said it was a non-toxic organic fertilizer. And then he had something he wanted to tell me when we met.
But you didn't end up meeting?
No, he wasn't there. I already said that. Still, I'm happy he got what was coming to him, cheater that he was. But even with all the money worries I have right now, with so little money in the bank and an extremely expensive renovation project coming up to make my house disabled accessible, I still wouldn't kill someone.
Mr. Barker, don't incriminate yourself. You can.
And you weren't bothered at all to hear that Mr. Kramer sold for a whopping 15 million euros, were you? You did the study together. Didn't you think that was frustrating? He cashes in a cool 15 mil and you're just left holding the bag? And you could have really used that money, couldn't you?
My client has no comment.
Mr. Barker, talk, damn it. What did Mr. Kramer slip you? Why? And once and for all, how did you kill him? Mr. Barker, we'll get it out of you if it's the last thing we do.
Sergeant Jackson, this conversation is over.
I've confused myself a little bit. I'm just thinking back to to Eddie being poisoned, and I'm a little bit confused. Before we listen to the rest of these, let me just try to reset, because I think somehow we talked about the poisoning, but I feel like I've gotten a little bit off track there. Eddie is poisoned. We don't know who or how, but he has been handling the fertilizer that's supposed to be organic, but we know it's not. We know it's bought from Agritech, which had high TPL. Eddie's not dead. He just got poisoned over a long course in January. And we tested the soil and concluded it had TPL, which would have been from the Agritech toxins. And that's what gave him the motive to want to kill Walter. But when we look at his blood, he doesn't have TPL. So the soil had TPL, but he doesn't have TPL. He has mercury poisoning. But I got way off track because that suggests someone's trying to kill Eddie, not Walter Kramer, the person who did end up dead. So I think what we've got is 2 attempted murders. That's the part I completely missed over. That's what it was. I think without realizing that part, I was getting confused about someone trying to kill Walter. But I think what we've got here is two attempted murders. One is Walter Kramer has been killed by blunt force trauma. That's the case we've been trying to solve. And then we've got Eddie Barker, who's being poisoned, and we're led to believe that that's his motive for killing Walter. But the twist there is he's not actually being poisoned by Walter or by Walter's fertilizer, which is poison, but is the wrong poison. So I think what we have is two separate crimes. One is going to be the killing of Walter Kramer by blunt force as revenge for the car accident. And then the second crime is someone is using mercury to poison Eddie Barker to get his land. Whether they wanted to kill him or just get him sick enough to make him sell. Yes, that's what we've got here. Two crimes. Two totally unrelated crimes, I think. Okay. I say the doctor was lying. One of the farmer's land. Well, that's... I mean, the doctor lying. I'm not sure I follow that theory. He really is sick. So the doctor's not... It's hard to imagine why the doctor was lying, but you could imagine that the doctor is poisoning him. That he got a vitamin shot, and then the doctor shoots him with mercury. And then finds out he has blood. The clinic would have been where he got the vitamin shot. That would have had to have been poisoned. What clinic is that? Is that run by the same person? No. What does he say about... Well, let's not go off. We clearly don't have enough to accuse any doctor, so let's relax a little bit about that. When I theorize, it's time well spent. When other people are theorizing, don't get ahead of yourself. I have a doctor's appointment. The vitamin injections aren't helping. No, he's been sick for a while. Okay, so he didn't get sick from the doctor. Someone else is poisoning. I mean, it could be the doctor poisoning, but we have no evidence to that effect. All right, let's get back on track. Now that I've realized there's two crimes, we can get back on track here. So we listened to the cop, and the cop says that Walter actually seemed to have sold it for a lot of money. Maybe that's the first time we're hearing that. But maybe it's not important. Let's listen to the rest of these. Here's Mike Gordon.
This is the audio recording of the testimony of Mr. Michael Gordon on February 20th, 2020. In the room today are Mr. Michael Gordon and Sergeant Malaya Jackson. Mr. Gordon, we invited you to testify because we have a few more questions to ask you in the Walter Kramer case. You've made a number of derogatory and aggressive statements in the past about Mr. Kramer. Can you tell me the reasons for that? I know he was your past employer.
Walter Kramer is a big fat scammer. All that stuff about his great company, it's all nothing but bullshit. His product isn't as great as he says. Do you know what my job always was when I was working for him? I was in charge of taking Growtastic packages and refilling them with fertilizer from one of our competitors. I mean, I guess what else are you supposed to do if your actual product doesn't work? So then that organic farmer, Barker is his name, he got the fake stuff. He went a whole year without noticing he wasn't using organic fertilizer for his field study or his own crops. It was all conventional fertilizer from Agritech. What a sucker!
Where were you between noon and 6 p.m. on February 14th?
Well, the thing is,
Mr. Gordon, you're shaking. Did you kill Mr. Kramer? Or are you just having another cigarette craving?
it's okay. I had to work a late shift at my new company until 8 p.m. At least 20 of my colleagues can corroborate that. Besides, I could have hurt Walter much earlier if I had wanted. He always used the simplest passwords, you see. It was always the last word of his personal weekly horoscope. So I could have harmed him the whole time, but I didn't.
Okay, this checks out with the information we have so far. So you have an alibi for Mr. Kramer's time of death. We'll take you off of our list of suspects. For now.
I told you right off the bat I didn't do it. What a waste of time. I'll be leaving a bad review of this police station. Incompetent, unfriendly, and, unsexy.
Mr. Gordon, another word out of you and you'll be staying the night.
But I'm not a one-night stand kind of guy.
We'll see about that.
What the hell? All right, so he gives us some information about password login, which we had almost forgotten that we have a way to get into emails.
The thing is,
Mr. Gordon, you're shaking. Did you kill Mr. Kramer? Or are you just having another cigarette craving?
it's okay. I had to work a late shift at my new company until 8 p.m. At least 20 of my colleagues can corroborate that. Besides, I could have hurt Walter much earlier if I had wanted. He always used the simplest passwords, you see. It was always the last word of his personal weekly horoscope. So I could have harmed him the whole time, but I didn't.
Okay, this checks out with the information we have so far. So you have an
Okay, so we know what that is, right? Oh, and here's the child care center. So we noticed when we read the paper that this Walter has an account on this email server, which we almost forgot about. And now we were just told how to log into it. So if we look at Walter's social media page, we see his date of birth, August 4th. That makes Walter a Leo. And that means prowl is the last word of his personal horoscope, or prowl with an exclamation point. Let's try logging in and see if we can't get into his website, his email. www.dschmail.com. Okay, log in with your email. That's his post. So he's given his email. Kramer Walter at dschmail.com. And we believe his password is prowl, or prowl with an exclamation point. Attempted login from unauthorized device. Answer security questions. What color was my first car? Red. What is my wife's date of birth? That's Sonia. And Sonia's date of birth. Is it this? I can't. I'm invited to lunch at my parents' place. And his best friend. Well, this is interesting. Both these questions are interesting. So Walter's wife is Sonia. Do we have Sonia's date of birth, or are we supposed to infer it somehow? We have their marriage. We have Sonia's marriage. We have Sonia's... We have Sonia's cheating. Could imagine she would have her birthday. We have Sonia mentioned in the paper. Do we have any mention of Sonia's birthday in this article? Does he talk about meeting his wife? Any thoughts? I looked at the prenup. Seems like a reasonable idea, but I didn't see it. A little surprising. Huh. Is this going to be her? Is this is Sonia's house? Is this date gonna be Sonia's birthday? we're invited to lunch at my parents' place. I know you don't like my dad, but please come anyway. I mean, it would be a reasonable guess that this was her birthday, that they've been invited to lunch. But it sure seems like a guess, though. Yeah, she's 46, but no mention of her birthday. So I see two reasonable guesses for the birthday. Does it want the year too? What is my wife's date of birth? Yes, okay. So, boy, that's an interesting diabolical thing if it wants the year as well. All right, well, let's figure it. Let's do a couple things and then maybe we'll move on here. But from the paper, we're told that she is 46. So let's try to get the year here. Last year's winners were Sonia Kramer, 46. This was 2020. She's 46 years old. That brings her to 1974. Is that right? So I guess if you're asking for date of birth, and we think about the possibilities, this is a little bit of a case of too many possibilities and too many ways to write it. But let's assume that some possibilities are 2/13/74, or that she is spending her birthday with her lover here, which would be 1/10/74. If I had to guess, I'd be more likely to guess this one, that she's writing to her husband. Or to her lover. I'm a little bit, there's too many things to think about here. But we don't have to solve this right away, so perhaps that is the answer. So you have a couple guesses for the wife's birthday, but let me ask you something. What about this last question? What nickname does my best friend call me? Do we have any clue that Walter has a best friend? Ah, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Does anyone remember? Chris Lang is going to be his best friend. And Chris Lang calls him Wally. That's here. All right, Brian, I can't do it. I can't do it. Just rewind and watch. All right, so what's our problem here? Our problem is that we're not being told what format the wife's date should be, and we're not sure we have the wife's date of birth. But we do know the nickname here is going to be Wally. Okay, now if this was designed right, it would accept the birth date in any format. If it was localized to US, it would be, we've got different possibilities of guesses. We don't know if it wants the year. Probably it does. We don't know if it wants it in European year because that's how this game was made. We don't know if it wants slashes to separate the births. This is a very poor decision here. The other thing is, before I do this, that we also haven't finished listening to this. It's possible this will give us some more information. All right, let's try a couple things here. The chat is of mixed thoughts here. Let's see. Hannah says, if the date, month, year, it's 13/2/1974. But it's been using US date for the rest of the game. European year was because the postcard was sent from Tasmania. All other dates have been that. Safest date is in this format. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's coded to accept a whole bunch of possibilities, but let me do what would be most natural for an American, which would just be to write 2/13/74. Let's see what it does. Unfortunately, that's not correct. Okay. So red, and then there's so many possibilities, and we're not even sure it's this. I'm trying to think. Do we know where the wife works? Like, is it possible that the wife works at the child care center and that if we send Betsy there, she could look up her date of birth for us? All right, we'll try. Let me just look here. The mayor, kickoff festivities. I mean, we could try to guess at these a couple more times. I just feel like there's something. How about we look at this format? February 13. All right, let's try typing it in like that. February 13, 1974. And then this is Wally in caps, not in caps. Oh. Surely it doesn't care. No. All right, we don't know if the problem is we've got her birthday wrong or if the problem is we're putting it in the wrong format, and each time we have to type these in again. And we don't know if it's flagging on this error, and it won't tell us anything about 13/2/1974. There's too many possibilities here. This is wrong. This is just wrong. This is a very poor decision. This is a very poor game design decision. It doesn't mean we're not missing other things, but it's a very poor game design decision. And it's frequently the kind of thing that makes me very angry, but we're going to avoid. We're just going to put a bullet in this. Okay, let's talk this out for a second. We know 2 of 3 of these answers. Whether Wally has to be in caps or not, we don't know. The problem is we've got several dates that might be the date for the wife's date of birth. It's also possible that the wife's date of birth is somewhere else. For example, we could send Betty to one of these places. She might recover it. Or it's possible that we have properly inferred the date, but we're typing it in the wrong format. Nelson says, in the Spanish version, it says that the date is supposed to be DDMM year. All right, well, let's try that. Then I'm going to start sending Betty to places. So I'll try it with those 2 versions. Red, Wally, lowercase. If it's day, dot, month, 02, 1974. No. Or if it's 02, 13, 1974. We must have the date wrong. Okay. We'll just put another bullet in here and we will assume we have the date wrong. Let's assume the best for this game. Assuming for the best, it's got every possible alternate format it would accept. So I'm going to assume we have the date wrong and that her birthday is hidden somewhere. It's also a problem with 1974, 1973. This is where I really start to get angry. Like, depending on the month, could it have been 1973? This is the kind of permutations that make me lose my mind. So here she was at this golf tournament. On February 12th. So the question is, assuming it's saying she's 46 now, or is it saying she was 46 last year? Assuming it's saying she's 46 now, then she would have been, then it's not going to be 1973, right? It would have to be 74. However, if you wanted to put in one of these dates, I think you still get 74, but okay, someone can alert me about that. I gotta relax because I'm just gonna lose it if I try to type in too many more things. We're gonna have the wife go traveling around. All right, let's see if we can't find where this wife works and get her birth date. How about the child care center? And it's also possible that her birthday is on one of these pieces of evidence that we just went through too quickly. Or that she went to this hotel and told the husband, hey, I'm going to celebrate my birthday with my besties at this hotel for a sauna. And her birth date is 1/11/20 or 1/11/1974. Okay, let's just put it off for a second. I haven't been there since the grand opening. It's been a while. Sure, I'll check it out, see if anything interesting. I'll let you know. I'm here now. I'll just look around. The child care center turned out really nice. If Eddie and I ever have kids, I'm sure they'll go here. I'll be back in touch in a minute. Look, there's still a photo on the opening on the bulletin board. Come on, guys. All right. Otherwise, there wasn't anything else that I could send. All right. So there's a drawing from kids and then cutting, and then there's a little thing. Mayor Chalmers was pleased to cut the ribbon at 5:30 p.m. on Friday. And I see he's wearing his ring, which I can't zoom in on any bigger. But it looks like it's the Alpha Mu. 5:30 p.m. Says head teacher Annie. Feels like this should be a clue, but I don't. He's got a ring, yes, but when is the child care center opening? Set to reopen this Friday. So Wednesday is the 12th. So that would put it at the 14th, which is our murder date. So at 5:30, Mayor Williams will kick off festivities at 1:30 p.m. and here he is still at 5:30. So there's his alibi. And that ring doesn't match, even though this thing won't let me zoom in anymore. So he's still got his ring, even though the rings don't really make sense at this point. But he's got his alibi, so let's not worry about it. All right, I'm going to send her to the sports complex now. Oh, you know what? Let's take a break. Let's take a break and try to calm down a little bit from that email login. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we have to have a little chat for a second here because things are getting a little too chaotic. We've been trying to log into this email account that's asking for the wife's birth date. And we've got a couple of candidate dates and then a candidate year based on calculating her age back from a newspaper article. It feels like there's some little room for error. But we've got some other leads to follow up on. But then there's this second thread of the channel has gotten thrown into chaos because of this comment about a bug in the game that on Discord is posted an image that looks like a spoiler to me that says that they didn't localize the photo of the ring, but it clearly is different, so clearly they did. So I feel like my cognitive load from that is getting out of control. And the chat is also saying, yes, that's a huge spoiler, hugely important, but it's not related to the login. So I'm just going to ignore all that because I think it's too much, guys. So I think what we're going to do is pull on the other threads that we can, and we'll circle back and try more versions of the date to the login, or if we have to go back to the comment about the bug that seems wrong to me and seems like it has a big spoiler, and it seems like a bad idea to go look at it, but maybe I'm wrong and jumping to conclusions. Maybe we're going to get the date given to us in one of the places that Betty visits, or maybe it's a nice subtle clue that we've just overlooked. So let's not worry about this bug concept that seems to me like it's giving away information. Let's chase down the other leads. So there's three leads we haven't pulled off. We have the third interview we haven't listened to. We've got the other places Betty can go. So we're going to do those things now. Let's start by listening to the third interview that we didn't listen to originally. It doesn't seem like it should have anything to do with the wife's birth date, but you never know. So let's listen to it.
This is the auto recording of the testimony of Mr. Kenneth Herbert on February 20th, 2020. In the room today are Mr. Kenneth Herbert and Sergeant Malaya Jackson. Mr. Herbert, you were the person who found the body. Please give us a brief rundown of what you saw. I'm especially interested in when you found the body, and why on earth would you go swimming in February?
Well, you know, Sergeant Jackson, I'm a real tough guy. No pain, no gain. And taking a polar bear plunge in February is a tradition for me. I've been doing it for decades. So, just when I was about to get changed and jump in, the body floated by the beach. When I looked closer, I saw that it was a man wearing a jogging suit.
Did you notice anything else?
Let me think. No, I can't think of anything else I noticed.
Thank you, Mr. Herbert. This concludes our interview.
Wow, that did not seem like it was helpful at all. Let's listen to it again.
This is the auto recording of the testimony of Mr. Kenneth Herbert on February 20th, 2020. In the room today are Mr. Kenneth Herbert and Sergeant Malaya Jackson. Mr. Herbert, you were the person who found the body. Please give us a brief rundown of what you saw. I'm especially interested in when you found the body, and why on earth would you go swimming in February?
Well, you know, Sergeant Jackson, I'm a real tough guy. No pain, no gain. And taking a polar bear plunge in February is a tradition for me. I've been doing it for decades. So, just when I was about to get changed and jump in, The body floated by the beach. When I looked closer, I saw that it was a man wearing a jogging suit.
Did you notice anything else?
Let me think. No, I can't think of anything else I noticed.
Thank you, Mr. Herbert. This concludes our interview.
I think it's just another clue that the body was floating and that the guy was on his jog. I think that the only purpose of that interview is to convince us that it's related to his jog, which then we know everyone could have known about. And floating, I suspect he was killed on the bridge and the body floated down. And that makes the scene of the ring at the bridge important. So there's that. Now, what else haven't we done? We haven't sent Betsy everywhere. Okay. If we believe that Sonia's house is here, let's send Betty here. Maybe somehow she'll pick up Sonia's information from that. Yes, go to the sports complex. I'd be inclined to try Sonia's birthday being one of these dates she's getting together with her lover, too. She tells her husband, I'm going for a spa day. Could be the 10th, could be the 11th. And then the question is whether we have overlooked something with her birthday in it. For that, we're going to have to go through all of our documents. Aside from a few houses right by the sports complex with a direct view of the track, absolutely nothing. Is there anywhere else you'd like me to go? Yes, I'm just going to keep finishing up on this. So go to the barn, I guess. All right, well, I'm going through all of the other evidence. I guess the prenup is where we thought we would be able to find her date of birth. Let's see. 2015 is when they were meeting to get married on the 11th. They've signed their names, but not their dates of birth. Here's Walter, her husband. It would be natural for him to mention, not really, but any sign that he might have mentioned his wife's date of birth. Doesn't look like it. All right, let's read this. What has she got? Something. I wonder if that's going to be the information. Okay, we sent to the barn. I looked around in the barn, nothing but old stalls for the cows we used to have. There's a mask hanging from a fuse box, some raw straw scattered around next to it. But then I did find something really interesting. Walter must have been here again at some point shortly before his death. His wallet is on the floor of the barn. There are also a bunch of funny-looking test strips lying on the table. They're all the same color. Strange. Nobody has been in here since the accident and my husband's arrest, so no one had a chance to find this stuff. I'm glad you sent me to double check. So, it won't let me zoom in any further. There's Walter and his driver's license. There's his phone number that we already identified. It seems like this is just an alternative way to make sure that you have his phone number. And what else does it say? Walter has the same phone provider as us. You can check his voicemails. That's where we're going to learn about the wife's birthday. On his voicemail, the wife's going to say something. Yeah, I'll bet dollars to donuts the wife's going to call in about her birthday. If I had to guess, I'll tell you what, I think she's going to lie about this for her birthday. But okay, let's pull on this thread. Online portal, last 4 digits of phone number and the 4-digit PIN. Okay, so if we go back, you can see, it's very hard to see because it won't let me zoom in more. I don't know why it won't, but maybe if we look at this screenshot, we can zoom in more. Okay, there's a pin. 9184 is the pin. And his phone number ends 3312. Okay, so now let us jump back, go to the telecom site. Last 4 digits of the phone number are 3312, and the PIN is 9184. Sure, go ahead, save it a million times. All right, so we could purchase data for him, or we have 4 unheard messages. Okay, here we go. One of these is going to be the wife. This is going to be a good lesson about pulling threads. Here we go.
You have 4 new messages. Message 1, received at 3:12 p.m. on January 14th, 2020.
Hey, Walter, it's me. I know it's your wife's birthday on Saturday. Do you have to take her to dinner, or are you coming along to the softball game? We're up against the Tigers this time, so it'll be a cakewalk.
Message 2, received at 3:12 p.m. on January 16th, 2020.
Hi again, Walter. We've written you an email, and we've been trying to reach you over and over. Would you please get back to us already? If we don't find a solution in the next 2 weeks, we'll have to sell Natural Soils, Inc. You were the one who sold us that useless product. You have to compensate us. I really, really expect you to get back in touch.
Message 3, received at 2:23 p.m. on January 22nd, 2020.
Hi, Mr. Kramer. It's Fred DiDomenico again. I had a thought after the interview. What did you end up doing with the Red Jaguar? It wasn't the kind of car you see every day around here. Do you remember about when you sold it? It would be great if you could call me back. Thanks in advance. Bye.
Message 4. Received at 9:56 a.m. on February 7, 2020.
Hi, Mr. Kramer. High Flyers Travel here. I got your order for 2 flights to Rio de Janeiro the week after next, and I just wanted to check in. You wanted one-way tickets only, no return, is that correct? I'll go ahead and process the tickets this way, so you should see them in the mail in the next couple of days. If you do need to book a return flight, just let me know. From all of us here at High Flyers, have a wonderful trip. Have a nice day.
Okay, so he's bought tickets to flee the country because it's all falling apart on him. And we got the wife's birthday. All right, so on January 14th, we're told the wife's birthday is on Saturday. There's our calendar, handy calendar we've got. On the 14th, which is here, the birthday's on the Saturday. So January 18th. Okay. So it wasn't this. And it wasn't this. So we don't know what the significance of those are, but we do know now the birthday. And, we learned a little lesson about game design and about spending too much time on brute force stuff before you've pulled all the other threads as much as you can. What if we try to purchase more data? No, we can't. Okay. I still don't understand with a game that's so well designed in so many other respects why they would be so insane as to have have this thing where it's totally ambiguous about what format it wants and no mention of where an error was. Just a terrible design here. So we think it's 1/18/1974. It's still going to be a million different formats, but at least we know the day and month. Let's try this. How stupid is this? How stupid is this? That we have to try. Now, at least thank God we know the date, because it's already telling us these various formats are wrong. Look at this. Look at this bad design. If you are ever going to design a game, this is a great example of how not to do it. Like, I'm still have to worry if the nickname has to be capitalized. Terrible. This is absolutely inexcusable. Inexcusable. Oh my God. Do you see how many permutations of possibilities it could be? And we have no way of knowing what it really wants and how sensitive it is. This is out of control. And each time we have to put in all three. Plus, we have to worry about the possibility that the age of 46 was not the age on the day, but on the age she won the last contest. I think it's this format. This is okay. Okay, let's check in with the chat. Then we're going to have to change mindsets to work on this. Oh, no, you already used 01 1874. You didn't use 01 18 1974. Okay. 01 18 1974. Notice they could say right here, here's the format. They could say right here, here's the format. Okay, here's the chat saying, hey, maybe she just turned 47. Okay, I gotta stop. Where's my screen? Okay. So you can see how frustrating this is. It's just boggles my mind. It completely mystifies me how you can design a game so good with so many details and then have this kind of a design, which feels like it should be so obvious you can't make puzzles like this. So the way to solve this is to not think of it like a puzzle, to just let go of this being done the way I think it should be done, and try to pretend like the fun is as if you were cracking someone's password and you expected to have to try 100 different things to get lucky. Rather than view it like a puzzle, I have to get into the mindset of, yes, of course I have to try 100 different things to find the exact one that's right. And that's why there's no hint about the format of the date, because it's supposed to be like a real world thing where we're supposed to make 1,000 guesses, and each time we have to type the 3 over again, and it's testing our stamina. And I'll have to accept that maybe I'll have to try Wally in lowercase and uppercase and all the permutations. So let's see. Red. And maybe we need to re-listen to the audio again. I'm pretty sure it said it was the 14th, and that would make Saturday the 18th. Okay, then there seems like some chat that it did work when you did day, month, year. So it seems like the chat is saying that if you put it in European format using dots, you would get the 18th day dot second month dot 1974. Now I'll just note there are a few dates formats that could be more wrong for an American person in Westchester. There are few ways to write your birth date that could be more clearly wrong than this. But you could imagine if they forgot to translate this part, or they were using the same website. And now Wally. I guess I'm going to use the uppercase version. Nope. Okay. Let's try the same insane thing that the chat seems to suggest is the right answer. But this time we'll try Wally in lowercase. Sorry, it's not 2. It's January. Wally in uppercase. Nope. Am I typing it? Did I type the wrong thing? I don't know. I can't go back. Try again. Did I type 1801 1974? Can't look at the chat. It's too aggravating. Red. Now we'll try it again with lowercase Wally. 18 January 1974. Lowercase Wally. Should red be uppercase? 1801 1974. All right, so I tried doing what the chat said worked, and it didn't work. Now we'll try with American slashes. Oh my fucking God, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I don't even remember what that was. Okay, I wish I could just clear. Okay, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna ignore the chat. You guys can work it out. Unfucking believable. All right. Okay, let's see. Okay. Guess he did put in, it didn't work, right? I'll look back. Are you saying our answers are correct and the format is wrong? I managed to log in. Let's try to reset here. It's done. It's over. The worst is over. Let's just try to reset and remember that we were enjoying this game, and remember that there are facts to figure out. It's just all gone. My entire brain is reset from all the details. All I've got in my brain is anger. How could you do that? How could they let that happen? So all we've got is an inbox. Let's just read the emails, starting from oldest to newest. Here is the person complaining about the fertilizer, and now we've figured out who the Clarks are. David and Karen Clark. That's what this postcard was. They're asking for advice. We're at the risk of major crop losses. We'll have to sell the business. So these are people that we're told have a little bit of a motive because he scammed them. But they're off in Safari. So I don't think they're involved in this case. Next email. Here is our reporter. Mr. Kramer, thanks for your message. This cleared things up. Maybe you could dig up the purchase agreement and let me know the person's name. I'm sure we can do another article together in the future. So this was our theory that Fred DiDomenico figured out that our guy Walter was driving the car that killed his daughter, but maybe we're going to hear that he sold it slightly before the accident, so someone else was the killer. You left me a voicemail a few days ago asking about the car. I checked my records from my first business was founded July 12, 1997. I sold the car to some city slicker from Greensboro 2 months before that. I don't remember his name. All right. So notice that means that he didn't own the car during this crash. And more importantly, Fred knows that he sold the car well before this crash. So I thought it was going to be Fred that killed him, but it's not Fred. Fred has no more motive. And Fred is now looking for who bought the car. All right, so that's that. It's not Fred. Okay, what about James Bristlewaite? Mr. Kramer, I'm so glad we were able to reach an agreement on the sale last week. The signed contracts have been countersigned. I'll have accounting transfer the $15 million purchase price. James Bristlewaite. Okay, so this James Bristlewaite has bought Kramer's scam business. And James Bristlewaite, if you've forgotten, is actually an Agritech executive. So essentially, Kramer has used Agritech fertilizer to fake a fraudulent organic fertilizer, and Agritech has gotten so scared of the competition that they bought him out for $15 million. So he is a professional con artist, and he played that brilliantly. Now, Philip Marlowe, which is a reference to detective. Let's see what we got here. I spent the last 2 weeks observing your wife per your request. Unfortunately, it seems she is, in fact, having an affair as you suspected. Her lover is Sergio Benavente. Two of them met at a cafe on Friday, went to a hotel afterwards. I was able to record part of their conversation while they were at the cafe. Let me know what you'd like to do. I'll send you my first invoice. So as we concluded that she was having an affair with him, we were right. But now we can hear some of their conversation.
Bella, what are you saying? He sold his company for 15 million. Then you should leave him. Take the money and we can finally go to Italia and make a nuova life. A new life.
I can't do that. I wouldn't get a penny since we aren't married.
But didn't say he named you as his sole heir. Maybe we could help him along a bit, huh? It's a 15 million, Bella. What do you think? Check, please.
So he's suggesting that they kill the husband, but what does she say about why she won't get the money?
Bella, what are you saying? He sold his company for 15 million. Then you should leave him. Take the money and we can finally go to Italia and make a nuova life. A new life.
I can't do that. I wouldn't get a penny since we aren't married.
But didn't say he named you as his sole heir. Maybe we could help him along a bit.
So first of all, she says it wrong. She says, I wouldn't get a penny because we're not married. That's not right. That must have been a translation problem. What is she trying to say? I wouldn't get a penny because of the prenup. If he finds out that we're... And then he says something that I didn't understand.
A life. A new life.
I can't do that. I wouldn't get a penny since we aren't married.
But didn't say he named you as his sole heir. Maybe we
I
could
don't
help him
understand it. What is he saying? After she says, I wouldn't get a penny because we're not married, which doesn't make sense. Then he says something in Italian.
Say he named you as his sole heir. Maybe
We have any Italian speakers who can... She's the sole heir. He's named you his sole heir. So it is English. I'm just having a trouble understanding it.
I wouldn't get a penny since we aren't married.
But didn't say he named you as his sole heir. Maybe we could help him along a bit, huh?
Maybe he does
It's
say...
a 15 million.
Didn't you say he named you as sole heir? Okay, so he says... He's saying if we would kill him, you would get all the money. All right, well, she's got a real motive. Let's see what this last item is. Thanks for registering with DSCHI Drive. Now you can enjoy all the benefits of your personal cloud storage. As our way of welcoming you, enjoy 5 gigabytes of storage for free. You can use the menu bar to switch back and forth between your mailbox and cloud storage. Okay, let's click and see his cloud storage. It's got something filled out already. Videos, documents. Okay. We've got chat backup and videos and chat backup and videos. All right. Here is the wife. We know it's the wife because we're given her phone number here, 8246. Okay. Hey, honey. So here's the wife in green, I guess. She says, hey, I'm glad we talked and made up yesterday. Everything will be better going forward. No, the wife is white. Maybe that's what we figured out already. The wife is white. Okay. Hey, honey. And he says, hey, I'm glad we talked and made up yesterday. Everything will be good going forward. She says, I ended the affair with Sergio. He took it well and went back to Italy yesterday. Glad to hear it. I just bought the plane tickets. Not long now before we're gone forever. He did buy 2 plane tickets. February 18 is the start of our new life with enough money, but don't tell anyone so we don't get caught. Watch out for Mike Gordon especially. He's way too dumb to put 2 and 2 together, but he has a big mouth. She says, of course, my lips are sealed. Hey, are you going to be a while? He says, yeah, I'm still at Eddie's farm. I have to run a few important tests on his soil. I think it's going to take some time. Why is he running tests if he has $18 million? She says, okay, don't stay too long. I'm going to bed. Watch out on your way home. There's supposed to be black ice today and tomorrow. He says, do you know when you'll be back today? I was planning to go work out. She says, I'm at the hospital in Greensboro. I drove my best friend. She was feeling really sick. My dad's friend is treating her. He's working in the ER right now. We're out for now. It took a while. Can you give me a call? I can't reach you. All right, well, it sounds like she doesn't have a motive anymore. She's broken up with Sergio. It sounds like he's left. The husband has forgiven her. It feels like she's out of our motive now. But what is this weird stuff about? Okay, so on the 13th, she says, watch out. There's black ice today and tomorrow. Which could be a clue. Our runner is running in the black ice, this guy. Then he says to her, on the day he dies at 2:30, which is very shortly before he dies, she says, I'm planning to go work out. She says, I'm at the hospital. I drove my best friend. She was feeling really sick. My dad's friend is treating her. He's working in the ER. Okay, so I think this is alibying the doctor. Because if they're in a different town and he's working the ER at 2:30, it's hard to see how he could kill our guy at 3:30. In fact, she doesn't get out till 5:30. So she's got her alibi, it seems, and the doctor has his alibi. Looks like the chat is in agreement. Thank God. The chat chaos is down to manageable levels now. All right, so we seem to have cleared a bunch of people. But we're in this very weird circumstance now where I've already concluded that Eddie's being poisoned by someone different than the person who killed him. That's very confusing. Oh, we haven't watched the video. Let's watch the video. How? Videos. All right, let's see if this doesn't clear everything up. So we've got a 2-minute video.
Hey, man, it's me. Glad you finally picked up. Listen, I don't have much time. We're about to eat. Sonia and Walter are visiting. So things are in progress, and you and I both know you owe me. That's what we agreed 23 years ago. I dealt with everything and got you out of a jam. I don't have to remind you of that again, do I? Yeah, okay. We're on the same page. You're not going to run away again this time, are you? Well, you got him the stuff last month. Don't be like that. He goes to you regularly. And next week is the last time anyway. We've almost got him where we want him. Oh, it'll work out. Don't you worry. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. You mean the fraternity meeting tomorrow? Yeah, I was planning on going. You'll be there too, right? At the ER until 6? Yeah, okay. But hurry up at least. I'll be starting on time as always. The ball is back in play. I have to go. Walter? Walter, were you just eavesdropping on me? No, definitely not. I just wanted to tell you that the food is ready. Ah, great, the food. That's great. I'm starving.
Let's listen to it again. So it's Walter filming the person he's staying with.
Hey,
Who
man,
looks like the golf
it's me.
guy.
Glad you finally picked up. Listen, I don't have much time. We're about to eat. Sonia and Walter are visiting. So things are in progress, and you and I both know you owe me. That's what we agreed 23 years ago. I dealt with everything and got you out of a jam. I don't have to remind you of that
The doctor is
again,
the
do I?
killer of the car crash.
Yeah, okay. We're on the same page. You're not going to run away again this time, are you? Well, you got him the stuff last month. Don't be like that. He goes to you regularly. And next week is the last time anyway. We've almost got him where we want him. Oh, it'll work out. Don't you worry. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. You mean the fraternity meeting tomorrow? Yeah, I was planning on going. You'll be there too, right? At the ER until 6? Yeah, okay. But hurry up at least. I'll be starting on time as always. The ball is back in play. I have to go. Walter? Walter, were you just eavesdropping on me? No, definitely not. I just wanted to tell you that the food is ready. Ah, great, the food. That's great. I'm starving.
So is this the motive for murder, that he's afraid Walter has overheard his plans? So I think he's talking to the doctor, and he's saying he's covered up from the doctor 23 years ago. I think that makes the doctor this killer. And I think maybe Walter, he's afraid Walter will realize that. And they're talking about poisoning Eddie. And the golf guy is the mastermind pressuring the doctor to poison Eddie. Sounds like the doctor is responsible for this crash, and that the golf guy helped him out of it 23 years ago and is now forcing the doctor to poison Eddie so that the golf guy can buy the land to build the golf course. And it sounds like Walter overheard the golf guy, who's Frank Richards, right? He's the we've got doctor, mayor, and golf guy who's doing it all, who is Richards, who's the father of Sonia. So it looks like he is the mastermind of poisoning Eddie, blackmailing the doctor to help him, because the doctor was the hit and run driver. And then Walter overheard the conversation, so he had to kill him. So here is our killer, Richard. And now I think we could understand perhaps what Marco was trying to say, although from what he showed me, it didn't make sense. But I think maybe if I understand it correctly, what Marco was saying the bug is that this photo of the ring is supposed to be the fraternity ring. In other words, the way this puzzle is supposed to work is this isn't supposed to be someone's initial, BW. It's supposed to be the ring that they all wear. And then the puzzle is who's missing their ring. Does everyone agree with that theory of the game? That it's supposed to be that there are 3 rings that look like this, and this is supposed to look identical, and they all have identical rings. And then the question we're supposed to struggle with is who in the fraternity has lost their ring. Sounds like we're in agreement with that. So if we look at our suspect sheet, let's see what we could do now. All right, so here's our victim. William Chalmers is the mayor, but he's alibied. We've got him at the place between 2 and 5, and he's got his ring on. He's alibied. The boyfriend that Sonia's having an affair with, he's gone. He's back. He's got his alibi. He's in Italy. And we see the wife has made up with Walter, and he seems to have forgiven her. And she wants to stay with him because of the money. As soon as she found out about the money, she dropped the boyfriend and they got back together. So, and she's alibied. So is the doctor, who we think is the killer in the car accident. We know he was at the ER till 6:30 or so. The Clarks are alibied because they're in Tanzania. And they're not that angry. James Bristlewaite, well, they have no motive. They bought the place for $15 million. It's all done and over. Killing him does nothing for you. But here is our guy Richards, the golf guy. And he is going to be the killer of Walter. Because he knows too much. We don't know how he killed him. Yes, we do, with the golf club. With the golf club, he hit him. And we have the ring. He's the only one in this fraternity group who could have done it. I wonder if we could have seen somewhere that he doesn't have his ring. Is there any place we haven't had the wife go that we still wanted to do as a last minute thing? El Chapo. Maybe if we send her to El Chapo, she'll spot the golf guy there drinking without his ring. Let's just tell her to go to El Chapo. Where she started. I spent plenty of time at El Chapo at this point. They can't possibly be anything else there. But now you mention it, Sonia was sitting at a table with one of her friends and she had 2 plane tickets in front of her. She looked terrible, but I think she does miss Walter a lot. I still thought it was strange she would be thinking about vacation. I didn't ask about it, of course. I hardly know her. Okay. And we did note early on, look, remember we noted early on that Richards had visited his page and knew his route. So Richards probably hung out by the bridge, jumped out, hit him with the golf club. It makes complete sense. So I think we've solved it all. Who caused the car accident? So we think that's going to be the doctor. What's the secret behind High Flower Inc.? That's that they were using Agritech fertilizer instead of their own. What made him sick and how? That's the doctor poisoning him with, pretending he's giving him vitamins, but he's really giving him mercury. Who is responsible for Walter Kramer's death? That's going to be Richards, the golf guy. And now we know why, because he's afraid Walter overheard him killing off Eddie to buy his land. And we've concluded he's using a golf club to do it. So I think we've solved all of our, I think we've got all of our questions answerable. Anything else? Marco says, yes, was not a spoiler because of an error in the production. They did not replace the fraternity symbol on the ring in the picture found at the brig. I proved that with the photos. I put the Italian version, which is obviously different but consistent with what it's supposed to be. The company should be informed so they can fix it. Yeah, the part that really threw me about your post, Marco, first of all, I appreciate you posting that. But what really threw me is you said that they didn't update the photo, but then you showed a photo that was clearly different. So the conclusion was that they did update the photo. So I guess what you were trying to say is they updated the photo in the Italian version. Doesn't matter. We have figured out what it meant. Jamie says, we knew it had to be one of their rings. We just couldn't prove it until we got the direction. The ring is also the same on my version, Spanish. Okay, I don't know what you mean the same, but that's all right. That's all right. The point is that there's only one ring design. And the same ring that's in the paper should have matched the ring we found in the ground, which should have matched the description of the ring that they all wear. There's only one ring design for all the fraternity members. The moment we saw that ring, we should have, that was trying to convey to us that it was one of the fraternity members. Mayor, Dr. Richards, golf manager. Okay, yes, we're in agreement. All right, so are we ready to solve this case? It seems like we are. I'm just going to scan this and we'll get ready to put in our answers. Oh, it doesn't want to get the QR code. Don't know why. Doesn't matter. We don't need it. I'm not going to type in the answers yet. I'll give everyone a chance to. Okay, here we are. You can see here's the 3 American games. In fact, if you want to see how many there are in German, take a look how many this company has made. You can see some have a different flavor, like I don't know what they're saying, and then a couple of adventure games, some app-based game. Like these look really curious. I wish we could try these. I wish they would translate them, but okay. So let's go back to our American games. Green Poison. Okay, please check whether you've selected the appropriate country flag. If you're playing the US version in Canada, you need to choose the US flag. If you're playing the UK version in the Netherlands, you need to change to pick the UK flag. I don't know that it was worthwhile for them to do all the crazy translating. Do we have her voicemail pin? So the question is, the wife could have the same voicemail as the husband if we knew her PIN. I don't see, we don't have her PIN. We don't know what you would use as her PIN, and we don't need it. So I guess the answer is no. Maybe we'll check the hints later. All right, but here are the questions, which we already looked at, and they're hints. Look at all these hints here. Solution. Okay, so I guess this is asking us the questions now. Who caused the car accident? Okay, so we think that it's Andrew Lee, who we're just no idea. Okay, Andrew Lee is the doctor. What's the secret between Highflower? I guess you would say it's fraud. Well, we did know that we did have the doctor's report that said the name. That said Andrew Lee. I just wasn't sure it's the same doctor because it sounded like an Asian name, but clearly that's our real doctor. Fraud, misleading product. Yes, that's the right answer. Why did he get sick? Okay, so we think the answer is mercury poisoning based on the medical blood results. Who is responsible for Walter Kramer's death and how did it happen? Okay, and our answer is Frank Richards. And it says, how did it happen? But it's not giving us a choice. I guess if you answer the first one, it was an accident. So implicitly, Frank Richards and it's murder. It's not asking us, but I guess we have figured out that it is golf. Let's see if we click login answer. Oh, I see, one at a time. Who caused the car accident? And I said it was Andrew Lee, which we should have had a discussion about. I didn't realize it was going to give us the answer here. The car accident was caused by a red Jaguar, an unusual car in the Westchester area. Your first suspicion, and Fred D. Domenico's, was definitely that Walter Kramer caused the accident, since after all, he had the same kind of car. But as Walter tells Fred in an email, he sold the car before the accident to some city slicker from Greensboro. That could be Dr. Andrew Lee, who works there. You found the last evidence in Walter's cloud storage. The person in the video talks about having covered for the person at the other end of the line, namely Andrew Lee, before he became a doctor, who was the driver in a hit-and-run accident. Lee was the one who caused the accident. Do you know at whose house the video was recorded? If so, you can also answer the other questions. If you don't yet know the answer, look at the exact time when it was recorded. Where was Walter Kramer at that time? The photo from the kitchen might help you too. I think we breezed through that because we already figured out the answer otherwise, but we concluded they were at the fraternity house and stuff, but I'm not sure we... Does anyone have any insight about this? Like, we know who it is. It's Richards, but why do we know that? Why is it saying that The photo from the kitchen might help you. Oh, because it's her father's house. That's what it is. That's where this is. We're invited to lunch at my parents' house on February 13th. So here's Sonia telling Walter we're supposed to go to my parents' house, who's Frank Richards, on February 13th. And that's when the video was from. Yes, okay, makes complete sense. All right, let's answer this next question. It's fraud. Walter Kramer was the founder and owner of High Flower Inc. It wasn't his first company. He had previously launched an unsuccessful startup. He must have been under a lot of pressure not to fail again, but there seemed to have been issues. For one thing, High Flower's overall overdraft limit was almost reached at the end of January. The company would have been insolvent by the time next month's bill started coming in. For another, the fertilizer doesn't seem to work in the first place. Mr. and Mrs. Clark were very unhappy with the product. They had huge financial losses, but Walter Kramer simply didn't respond. So how could the tests on Eddie Barker's fields have shown such great results? Well, Walter Kramer's product was useless, so he passed off Agritech SE's fertilizer as his own. His then employee, Mike Gordon, was always tasked with filling the packages with other product on Walter's instructions. That makes Walter guilty of false advertising. This is a deceptive act or practice and misleading in a material respect. The Agritech SE product also had another problem. It contained too high levels of TPL, which the newspaper says is a toxin, and that very toxin was also found in the soil sample from Eddie Barker's field. Walter Kramer only saw one way out. He needed to sell his company. Agritech SE saw him as a dangerous competitor, so they simply swooped in and bought him out. It wouldn't have been long before the fraud came to light, of course, so Walter bought 2 tickets to Rio de Janeiro. One way, of course, he planned to start a new life there and enjoy his wealth. You must also know who he planned to embark on that life with. Was it his wife, Sonia, or someone else? If you've logged into Walter's cloud storage, you know the answer. Otherwise, keep investigating. Okay, so why did Eddie Barker get sick? We know it was mercury poisoning. Here we go. Eddie Barker himself suspects it was Walter Kramer's fertilizer that made him sick. After all, he has been using and testing it for years. And Walter himself admitted in the interview that a lot of fertilizers used to contain mercury. After his blood test, Eddie Barker knows he has mercury in his blood, but the mercury isn't from the fertilizer. The soil sample reveals there is no mercury in Eddie's field, but instead toxic TPL. But Eddie doesn't have TPL in his blood, only mercury. The video in Walter Kramer's cloud storage gives the real reason Eddie got sick. The person recorded in that video says next week is the last appointment and the stuff has been given to someone the month before. This fits with Eddie's appointment with Dr. Andrew Lee. His regular vitamin shots were what made him sick. Dr. Lee put mercury in them to deliberately harm Eddie. Do you know why he needed to do that and at whose house the video was recorded? If so, you can also answer the other questions. If you don't know yet, look at the exact time when the video was recorded. Where was Walter at that time? The photo from the kitchen might help you too. Okay, so we know it's Frank Richards. And here we have our final answer. Congratulations, you got the right answer. The audio below gives a full explanation. All right, let's listen to the full explanation.
Here are our private investigators now. First off, my client and I would like to thank you for all your hard work to solve the case. Thanks to you, Frank Richards was identified and arrested for the murder of Walter Kramer. As you already suspected, the video recording found on Walter's online drive shows how Frank Richards and his accomplice, Dr. Andrew Lee, planned to poison my client, Eddie Barker. The plan was to harm Mr. Barker with a very specific dose of mercury so he would have symptoms suggesting that he would suffer a rapid physical and mental decline. To continue to live at home, even in his condition, Eddie Barker asked a contractor for a full estimate of the renovations that would be needed. Their first estimate came to $60,000 to $80,000. To get the money, Eddie was supposed to finally sell his land, which was needed to build the golf course. Shocked by the news, Eddie tried to find out where his mercury poisoning had come from. The only thing he could think of was that the fertilizer he had gotten from Walter, which the two of them were testing in a field study at his farm for over a year, must be contaminated with mercury. But Walter had always assured him the fertilizer didn't contain any dangerous chemicals. And that was true in the end, at least as far as the one Walter had developed in-house was concerned. It was non-toxic, but it was also ineffective. But I'll come to that later. So Eddie accused Walter in the WhatsApp chat, but Walter told him he would explain everything when they met up the next day by the beach. But Walter didn't show up at the appointed time, so Eddie went home. Passers-by saw him on his way, but where was Walter at that point? Like every Friday, he had gone jogging. He was planning to meet Eddie at the beach right afterward. But Frank Richards was waiting to confront him on the bridge. He had heard that Walter eavesdropped on him at his office and suspected that Walter wanted to tell his friend Eddie that Frank and Dr. Lee had been the ones to poison him.
Oh, that's
Frank learned
interesting.
about Walter's usual running route and time from his social media profile. Things escalated between them, and when Walter moved threateningly toward Frank, Frank pushed him. That must have been when he lost his ring. Walter lost his balance and tipped backwards over the low railing on the bridge. He hit his head on a rock, lost consciousness, and drowned. The current carried the body to the beach within a day, and it was discovered there a day later. So much for Frank Richards, who will be spending the next little while in jail. And we should also mention that Dr. Lee has lost his medical license, of course. No wonder with everything he's done. Poisoning your own patients for personal gain? Whatever happened to do no harm? One more thing. As you guessed, though, Walter Kramer wasn't exactly squeaky clean himself. After failing to develop a new fertilizer and burning through all his financial reserves, he simply brought up his competitor's product, swapped it for his, and falsified his own test results. He was planning to sell the business and leave for Brazil with Sonia. It remains to be seen whether Sonia actually ends up flying to Rio. The buyer, Agritech, wants their money back, of course, since the deal was made under false pretenses. Sonia didn't have anything to do with the fraud, though. Evan Donnell, the other partner at our firm, will be taking her case and fighting to help her keep the money. Oh, one more thing. An old contract for the sale of the red Jaguar was found in Walter Kramer's things after his death. The contract states the buyer's name beyond a doubt. The buyer was Andrew Lee, and he was probably the driver of the car that caused the accident. Sadly, the statute of limitations has passed, so Mr. DiDomenico won't get justice on that score. Oh, and before I forget, Mr. and Mrs. Barker are thrilled to finally be able to put this nightmare behind them. She's still working on getting her husband out of jail. From me personally, hats off to you as private investigators. That was Hidden Games Crime Scene, Green Poison. Learn more about new cases and escape room adventures at hiddengamescsi.com.
Okay, interesting. So, a couple of things that the game ending disagrees with us or that we missed. First thing is, it seems to suggest that Walter and Frank had a confrontation at the bridge that got heated and then he pushed him and hit his head. That doesn't, I like our theory better about him hiding out and hitting him with the golf club. But the game seems to suggest that an interesting little detail here that where he says, I just realized something. I should be able to explain everything to you tomorrow. The game seems to think that Walter, this fraudulent scam artist, is going to tell him the truth that he's being poisoned. I don't see it. It seems to me that Walter's not going to try to help Eddie, but I still like our idea that this golf guy got paranoid about what he overheard and killed him. But the other little detail here is clever. Jamie says Richards was the other male in the car. We were told that there are two people in that car, and that's a very clever idea that he was the other passenger. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our last 8-minute break here. We've been playing for 5.5 hours almost. We'll take an 8-minute break as normal. I hope those of you who have joined me for this playthrough for the last 5 hours will stick around a little bit longer so that we can give our final thoughts here on the game. That will be in 8 minutes. I'll see you then. All right, we're back with some final thoughts on Hidden Games Green Poison, which we've been waiting 3 years to play. The chat has been active talking about the game. Let's start there here. Let's start there. And it says, my thoughts. It was a good story, a good mystery. The staging was off, in my opinion. The order of the documents wasn't the best. We ruled out people before the game even suspected them. An odd detail in the classified section of the paper, there was an ad about a stamp collecting, looking for a specific stamp. It's the description of the stamp on the African postcard. Why is that? I do find it hard to believe Walter would forget he sold it to his father-in-law's best friend. Nelson says, I have to say I love this series so much, and this was a very strong scenario, rich set of interrelated motives and plot twists from alibis. It makes the investigation so fun. And it says, shame about the translation issues, the wrong picture and bad login format. Those ruined a big part of the excitement. It's a fun investigation, like Anna said. Some of the items we got in an unusual order, maybe having some things in a separate envelope might have made that path easier. Marco says, I loved it. Very good story. I judge it just a bit more complex than the previous ones, but in the end, all pieces fall into place in a logical way. The interactive soil experience was a bit disappointing for working poorly. I'm getting convinced that the localization is a source of confusion on the translation as I see more and more issues. As always, online access is required. I thought it was well handled and functional. The text accompanying the various answers is detailed, satisfactory, with the small flaw. Each gives some hints to the successive answers. But if you have all the answers beforehand, it doesn't bother. High production quality. Too bad about the error on the photo. It is recommended. Production was outstanding. A few hiccups, but I was impressed overall. Didn't have many aha moments, which are what I like. Mostly just detective grunt work. I don't care about the order. I think part of the cold case puzzle is examining evidence out of order. In my version of the game, the date format required was provided in the email questions. Anna says mixed experience. Maybe the German version would be a better choice for someone who speaks the language. The test strip didn't work. It was an awesome idea. There were a few nice moments, such as when we realized that Walter was faking his product by buying fertilizer from Agritech, and when we started to suspect the doctor of poisoning Walter. For us, the test worked quite fine. I did like when we found out he wasn't a hit-and-run driver. He asked about the future articles. Birthday format example needed. I wonder if the test sample or strips expired. One more thing, the mechanic of asking Betty to go to check clues is nice. Marco says, I liked the 2 crime entangled format. That was a fun discovery, or 3 with the fraud. Nelson says, just some trivia. In my version of the game, Walter and Sonia are not married, which was a source of confusion in one of the audio. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it looks like a big chunk of the issues we hit were because this company tries to make different versions for each country. They changed the locations, they changed the names, and you can see why that causes them to have to work so hard and why it also opens up all these possible problems. I don't know why they don't just leave it localized in Germany. Okay. Let me give some thoughts here. Overall, I think this is a very good game, and all of the strengths of this series were on display here. The website, the multimedia stuff, we got some video, we got a whole bunch of audio, we got lots of different websites, the production quality here, all very high and enjoyable, and most worked quite smoothly. I think the real strength here, the best part of this game was remarked in the comments about the intertwining intertwining crimes. I think the most enjoyable point for me was realizing that we had two crimes. There's a saying about mysteries that you sort of don't have to mislead the readers, they'll mislead themselves. And you've got a suspect arrested for a killing, and then the suspect is being poisoned, and we have the text message chain that where he says, I know you're trying to poison me, and I'll get revenge. And it was very natural to think that our victim was resulting in the poisoning of the other guy. And so much so that we sort of overlooked the logical conclusions of the way he was poisoned by mercury. And it wasn't until we circled back that I was thinking, wait a second, these are two separate crimes by two different people. Walter's not poisoning Eddie. Someone else is poisoning Eddie for a totally different reason. That was very good. And the other thing that was done really well here was the other motives that people seem to have and how they were resolved. Like, it's pretty common in these kinds of games that you've got, 5 or 6 people that could have been the killer, that had some motive, whatever. And often the way they get ruled out is very unsatisfying. Like, someone's got everyone else has an alibi. But here, it was a nice mixture, right? One person had an alibi. The other person we thought he had the car, and we thought the journalist was going to get revenge on him. But then we eventually were able to track down that he resolved that he wasn't the driver. But it wasn't a total red herring, because actually we did get the answer to who was driving the car, and it did tie back into our main thread. So the real strength here was that we had these, maybe you could say 4 intertwining mysteries, crimes. We had the fraud by our victim. We had the murder of our victim. We had the poisoning, and we had the car accident 23 years ago. And you could say we had a little side case too about the wife having an affair. They all got resolved in sort of interesting ways. And there were some subtle details, like noticing who was on the web page, who was looking at his thing, who was commenting on his run. So I think the hiccups with the ring photo, those don't really bother me. I mean, it was nice to have some help clearing up what that was. And a little bug about the test results. It was all solvable. It was really only that login that really broke me. And it's hard for me to even comprehend that isn't like flagged by the intern at the office. You don't ask 3 questions that could have formatting errors in each of them, where the person might not even have the information yet to try it, but they might have 3 different addresses, dates that could be put in different orders. I mean, that's just insanity. And it's so easy to fix. It's like a 5-minute fix. You just put clearly on the page that's asking for those 3 things what format you want. It's like 5-second fix on the when you're writing the web page. But the fact that you don't say what format you want for the date, for the month, that we've got game written in European format, so there's the permutations that could be explaining why it doesn't like the answer. And then to put 3 questions on the same page, clear them each time they're wrong with no explanation of what's wrong, just insane. Totally insane. That could have been, that could possibly have gotten through. Nelson says, in the Spanish version, it does say the format. Well, that's nice. Derek is doing his thing about, he asks what we're going to play next. I don't know what we're going to play next. 6 hours in, that's all. It takes all my energy to talk about this. And it says, I guess my opinion differs a bit because I don't care about the multimedia part, only the story. That's why I didn't like this one too much. Too much finicky stuff to get all the info. Well, I definitely don't agree with Anna. I do think it all worked, but I do think Anna makes a very good point about the order of things. This absolutely felt like it would benefit from envelopes that you open in stages. It was a weird situation that when we started the game, we're told by the client that we have to help exonerate her husband because of this murder. And we had a damn hard time finding any information talking about the murder or the arrest of our client. That was a very weird thing. You would think that it would start right out saying, here's what happened. Some guy was found murdered and we arrested this guy and, here's why. And can you save him? It was very weird. And there were lots of pieces of evidence that we were like, who are these people in Tanzania? What happened to the lighting? These people in Tanzania that we got a postcard from out of nowhere. And it wasn't until we almost finished the game that they came into it. That was weird. The suspect poster was both a wonderful addition, also gave us info we had no idea about, such as the quarks. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess that was where we saw the quarks for the first time. It was nice, though, having this poster, but that would be a nice, maybe if you were doing this again, you could stage it so this didn't come out until later. I don't know. I could live without this sheet, but cup of tea and juice and relax. Yes, I do think the test of the chemical soil test was a fun thematic idea, but it was it didn't matter that it didn't quite work. It worked well enough. It worked well enough that we could understand it. Some of the subtle stuff about the stuff like this guy, I liked how even the small minor characters, there was some subtlety about noticing, like we had to notice that he was complaining a lot. Then we had to notice that he was visiting that guy's page, and then he worked for the guy. You cleaned the spoon, right? This is a little, that's my little joke. I washed the glass and the spoon, and I poured myself a little bit of whiskey and water. So yeah, that was my little joke. Please tell me you didn't just drink the water from the test sample. The test sample was actually full of stones. It wasn't just water. It didn't disintegrate. So yeah, I had to fully clean it out. All right. Well, it's still a very high quality game with a very good, interesting case, a very good, interesting story. But they should fix that photo and they should put that date format on the... I'll tell you, that was another little bit of a missed opportunity. The fact of the... it was a weird situation where we weren't sure if we were going to get given the wife's birth date. And so we had two dates that sounded like they could be her birth date. And then we got basically given it in the voicemail. And I wonder if they shouldn't have had us figure... I wonder if it wouldn't have been better for us to be able to deduce her birth date rather than being given it in the voicemail. I would have liked it to be that she went on this affair during her birthday. All right, so if there's no other thoughts, it does sound like most of us hold this game in pretty high regard. Just a few little hiccups to be aware of. Easy for them to fix the website. There aren't that many games that have as much online component that do it as well as this series. And it's been too long since we played the other two for me to rank them. It was fun though. And it was a good case. I really liked the case. For me, that's the highlight. The intertwining 4 or 5 different crimes. Okay. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for your help. I apologize for getting frustrated with the chat. You guys, you get the brunt of it. It's really the game's fault with that email login. Jamie says, I'll have to go back and check out the others. They're very similar in structural internet high quality. And if you're German and watching this, go check out the other 12 games in this series. Maybe let me know if they're all like this or if there's some family weight ones. I saw some adventure game ones. All right. I'll see some of you on Sunday for our Dear Holmes puzzle game. I may live stream something Saturday afternoon. Actually, quite high likelihood that I will live stream something on Saturday. You can always stop by the Discord for this channel to make requests of what to play. You can stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel if you want to help decide what to play. Thank you to the Patreon supporters for helping to pay for this game. I'll see you all next time.